bake you one of my famous convention pies. Convention pie? Never heard of it. What's it filled with? Forest girl.
What?
Picture this scene. As we dim the lights, you slice into the pie, and 16 beautiful girls rise out of it wearing bathing suits and riding unicycles. 300 white doves fly out. A 32-piece band concealed under the table plays Pony Boy, while the girls dance the Charleston on table, and believe me, all heck breaks loose.
I'm afraid that's a little more elaborate than we had in mind.
Yes, Mrs. McGee wouldn't like them dancing on her table, Truffles.
Well, I can give you a very good price today, sir. I baked one of those pies for an Elks Club banquet last week, and they canceled at the last minute. Now the girls are getting pretty cramped in there, and if I don't...
Look, Truffles, haven't you got any pies with just plain filling in them, like maybe lemon custard?
No, we tried lemon custard, but the girls objected.
Not the same people.
And you can't blame them, sir. If you ever sat in a dark pie, hour after hour, up to your ears in lemon custard...
Please, this is ridiculous. Let's skip the girls. Forget the girls, will you?
Forget them? Me? Forget my dear old mother?
What?
Forget my grandmother? Sitting in that cramped Elks Club pie since Thursday with great Aunt Gladys and all my cousins? Sir, you are a cad. Get someone else to cater this party and show me to the door. Better still show the door to me. Never mind, I see it.
Oh, not that door.
It's the hall closet.
'King's Men and that old gang of mine. See what I give up. What I give up. I've got a longing way down in my heart for that old gang that has drifted apart. They were the best. Goodbye. I give up.
Two seconds.
That's right at the end.
Well, that takes care of the decorations, Doctor. How's the flower situation?
Flowers all over the joint, Mayor. Looks like a gangster's funeral. You put the big welcome home sign over the front door?
Yeah, sure. It looks very pretty, too. I hope McGee appreciates it, but he won't. He probably bawled me out for pounding tacks in the porch. He's the kind of a fella, you know.
Come in.
Hi, Johnny. Hi, Johnny. Hey, where's the kid?
Out of town, old-timer. We expect him home very shortly. We're giving them the surprise party.
Sure, stick around, old-timer. You can curl up on a cracker and pretend you're an anchovy.
I just love surprise parties, fellas. Gave Bessie a surprise party for Easter. On the front lawn of the Baptist church. Found up by Bessie falling out of a tree and busting her leg. Too greedy looking in bird's nest.
I remember one time.
Don't lie, Doc. Speaking of surprise parties, I remember one time out west. Bunch of us was hunting buffalo.
Anybody that told you there was buffalo was just west of New York.
I mean animals. Walter, I was just tapping a draw when I seen I was surrounded by Apaches. I was so mad at myself for getting caught that way, I got hot on the collar, which was celluloid, and caught on fire. Smoke started pouring out of my neck, so I twisted my neck back and forth and set up smoke signals, which was seen at Fort Laramie. And sent a troop of cavalry on a young fellow by the name of William F. Cody.
Well, well. William F. Cody.
Same song. He sent that skimp away. He's my wife. And I says, son, how can I have to repay you? And he says, in buffalo hides, partner. And that's how he got to be called Buffalo Bill. Because I paid his bill in Buffalo, and that's why I hate surprise parties. So tell Johnny I was here, so.
It's about time McGee was showing up, ain't it?
Yeah, just about. Let's see now. The decorations are all up. Flowers arranged. Mrs. Oley is getting the food ready. Wilcox is fixing the hors d'oeuvres. Wimple is... Hey, where's Wimple?
Here I am.
What are you sulking in the corner for, Wallace?
It's 4 hours. I've been trying to tell somebody that I got it.
Hey, what time is it? My watch has stopped.
It's 5 after 8.
Oh, they'll be here in 10 minutes, and I must say this ought to be quite a surprise.
Yes, it should.
Only one thing can spoil this party now.
Yes, and he'll be coming in the door any minute with his...
Oh, no, he won't.
What's that, Wimple?
I said, oh, no, he won't.
Who won't what?
McGee won't be coming in the door. Not tonight.
What are you talking about, Wallace?
I've been trying to tell somebody all day. I got a telegram from Mr. McGee. He's sick. He's at his Aunt Sarah's.
Hey, this
He
is an
is not
episode
coming
without
home
McGee.
tonight.
Well, how
Not
interesting.
either.
Hey, ho! Mrs. Swanson, come in and start dishing it out. The party is starting.
And you know something? This is going to be the nicest, quietest party we ever had in this house.
We'll hear from Wistful Vista again in just a moment. You know, many good cooks say they don't know how they'd get along without Pet's evaporated milk. There are so many everyday foods that you can make extra tasty with this double-rich whole milk. Gravy, for instance, and white sauce for creaming meats and vegetables. And for making those mashed potatoes extra light and fluffy, Pet's milk just can't be beat. When it comes to desserts, if you want to taste something marvelous, just make chocolate sauce the Pet's Milk way. Then serve it on plain angel cake or ice cream or pudding. Oh, boy, it makes me hungry just to talk about it. And the reason Pet's Milk makes all these family favorites double good is that Pet's Milk is whole milk that's literally double rich, concentrated to double richness by evaporation. How about getting a supply of Pet Milk at your store tomorrow? Ladies and gentlemen, we've just had word that Fibber is feeling much better. He left the hospital today, and he and Molly expect to be back with us next week.
Yes, we hope to get that thermometer out of his mouth for at least a half hour next Tuesday night. Anything you want to say, Ole?
No, we do enough talking for one night, Doctor. I get strange feeling if we stood here talking any longer, we just donating our time.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. Good night.
First evaporated milk, Pet Milk, brings you Fibber McGee and Molly each week at this time. Be with us again next Tuesday night, won't you? Would you be willing to take the chance of giving up what you now have in hopes of finding greater happiness? Well, that's the question Sally Carter faces in the story of the week on Pet Milk's Mary Lee Taylor program next Saturday morning. And what helps Sally to arrive at her decision makes this a story you won't want to miss. The second feature of this program is the husband-tested Pet Milk recipe for Princess Icebox Pie, a delicious dessert that you can make hours ahead of mealtime. Remember to set your dial Saturday morning for NBC and Pet Milk's Mary Lee Taylor.
Hear an exciting story of Big Town on NBC.
The Pet Milk Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The first evaporated milk, Pet Milk, presents Fibber McGee and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, Dick LeGrand, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The show is written by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie and directed by Max Hutto, with music by the Kingsmen and Billy Mills Orchestra. A well-fed baby is a happy baby, and Pet Milk babies are certainly well-fed. In Pet evaporated milk, a baby gets all the important minerals of whole milk, combined with just the right amount of vitamin D, the sunshine vitamin. And there are three other points of equal importance. One, Pet Milk is safe for your baby, as safe in its sealed can as if there were no germ of disease in the world. Two, Pet Milk is uniformly rich. There's no variation from one feeding to another to cause harmful upsets. And three, Pet Milk is always easy for babies to digest. These are the reasons why so many doctors and hospitals approve Pet Milk for bottle-fed babies. If your baby needs to have milk from a bottle, ask your doctor about Pet Milk, the first food for millions of happy babies.
We'll find somebody. Hey, what's that door there say?
Private.
Well, kick it open. That must be the president's office, and he's the guy I want to...
And remember, ladies of the cooking class, when you use pet milk in your favorite family recipes, you're really cooking on the front burner, even on the back of the stove.
Well, for goodness sakes, it's Mr. Wilcox.
Hey, what's he doing here, as if I didn't know?
Looks like he's teaching a bunch of ladies.
All right, class is dismissed. Well, hello, Molly. Hi, pal. How'd you like my lecture, kid?
Oh, we loved it, Junior.
Good.
Didn't hear a word of it.
Oh.
We just got here, Mr. Wilcox. We have a gas bill that we're trying to straighten out.
Oh, that's too bad, Molly. You missed a wonderful recipe. Pet Milk's Princess Icebox Pie.
Who is Princess Icebox, Junior? That the same as Miss Quick Freeze in 1950? Because I knew it. Huh?
Icebox pie is a kind of pie.
Oh.
You see?
Right, you are, Molly.
Oh.
Princess Icebox Pie is a new, rich, creamy pet milk dessert that simply melts in your mouth.
Hmm?
It's that whipped pet milk filling that makes
How
it
many
so...
pies can you make out of one icebox, Junior? You don't use a whole icebox just to make one pie, do you?
No, pal, you don't
What do you do,
understand.
trim off the tender part of the box and use that, or just throw in the hinges and all and grind them up in the meat?
No. You don't make the pie out of an icebox, pal.
Oh.
It's called icebox pie because instead of baking it, you make it in the icebox, you see?
Oh, my gosh. Ain't it pretty cramped in there, Junior? I never tried making a pie in the icebox, but I did climb into ours one
I
time.
remember that. He was trying to find out if the light went off when he shut the door.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you see, this wonderful icebox pie is made with a smooth, creamy fruit filling. And the thing that makes it taste so terrific is the whipped pet milk that goes into it. You can whip pet milk just like you do cream, you know.
I never did find out if the icebox light went out or not.
No, you know, because Mr. Wilcox, when he climbed in the box, he banged his head against the cords, and when I opened the door, the light was on, but McGee was out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you can pick up the recipe for this great new pet milk dessert at your grocery store. It's a Mary Lee Taylor recipe, and the store has everything you need to make it.
I finally had to close the box and bore a hole in the back of it to really find out if the light was on or off.
Including that good, rich pet milk. The first evaporated milk, the first choice
Hey.
of good cooks everywhere. Yes, pal.
We're trying to get a bill straightened out, Mr. Wilcox, and we don't know who to see. Have you any connections here?
Well, I used to have, Molly. My uncle, Big BTU Wilcox, was a large wheel with his outfit. Yeah, till they drafted him into a government job.
Oh, big shot, was he?
Oh, yeah. He was head meter reader. Very soft job.
Why?
Because so few people have meters in their heads. Woke up in the basement.
Oh.
I'll see you later, kid.
Head meter reader. Oh, brother. Well, come on, kiddo.
Where are we going now?
I'm going to kick down every door in this building till I find somebody that'll... Oh, here. Let's try this one. There.
How do you do, sir? And madam. Do come in. Thornwall P. Dudenberg is always at your service.
You're Dudenberg?
No, he's out of town. But let me hasten to say, sir, that if there's anything I can do for you, I sincerely doubt it.
Well, you can try at least. We came down here, sir, to get an adjustment on our bill.
Yeah.
Oh, well, stretch out here on the table, Bill. I'll give you an adjustment that a chiropractor wouldn't recognize.
No. Get your big fat hands off of me. That's right, if my name ain't Bill. We're talking about our gas bill.
Gas bill?
Yeah.
Oh, let me tell you what happened at breakfast this morning.
Yeah.
I have a brother-in-law named Bill who lives with us, and my wife brought in the mail this morning just as he was pouring syrup down my collar.
What's that got to do with
Well, sir, she handed me a letter, and she said, gas bill. And I said, I'd rather drown the little jerk.
Now, look, sir, that's all very interesting. But we have a complaint.
You said it, we got a complaint. Now, looky here, Buster. I'm in no mood for kidding. The more I get shoved around, the madder I get. I'm boiling, understand?
Well, I'm happy to know you, Mr. Boylan. And this, I presume, is Mrs. Boylan?
No, I'm not Mrs. Boylan. I'm Mrs. McGee.
And by George, we want service. And if I don't get some service around here...
Oh, well, I'll be happy to take care of you, sir. You shall have service.
Good.
Now, when did you move into your present address?
Well, it was in 1937, I believe.
Oh, recently, eh? Well, just be a little patient, will you? We'll turn on your service as soon as we get time. After all...
We don't want the service turned on. It's already on. We want
Oh, you want it turned off? I'm sorry, I didn't understand you.
No. We don't want it turned off. We came down here to find out about our bill.
Well, don't worry. We'll mail it to you.
I already got it.
Then what's the beat? Look, if you people came in here just to irritate me, I'm a very busy man.
I'll get us nowhere.
Yes.
Where's the president's office of this outfit, Bud? I'm going to report you for
There's
mountain.
another door marked private right there, dearie.
Aha, trying to hide from us, is he? Is that the president's office, Bud?
No, sir, that's...
Oh, so you won't admit it, eh? Well, nobody's going to shove us around any longer. Come on, Molly. We're going in there. Stand aside, Buster. I'll tell the president of this outfit a thing.
Well, don't look now, dearie, but this is the alley.
Oh, the alley. Why, that's double-crossing. Let me back in there. Let me back in there. Open that door.
King's men, never been kissed.
Oh, I know a gal who's a treat to the eye. The boys always whistle when she passes by. She's out every night, not a night that she missed. And her mother says that she's never been kissed. What? Never been kissed. Never been kissed. It's hard to believe that she's never been kissed. Oh, one night she went for a row on the lake. The guy she was with dropped the oars by mistake. They drifted for hours before they were missed. But she still insists that she's never been kissed. What? Never been kissed. Never been kissed. She's what? She's what? She's never been kissed. Now a wealthy young man took a liking to her. Oh. He gave her some presents of jewelry and fur, including a diamond as big as your fist. Yeah. Yet he'll take an oath that she's never. Oh no! Now there's a new book they're all talking about, called Lessons in Love. You have read it, no doubt. Sure. I hear that it just made the bestseller list. Yep. Well, it's written by her, and she's never been kissed. She's what? She's never been kissed. Never been kissed. It's hard to believe that she's never been kissed. The end of this story is sad, and here's why. I saw her today with a tear in her eye. I asked her the reason why she was so blue, and the answer she gave me I'll pass on to you. Never been kissed, never been kissed. She married a man who has never known been kissed. Incredible!
Look, McGee, now let's just forget the whole thing and go home.
No, sir. I'm going to see this thing through to a finish.
Whose?
Theirs. My Georgia gas bill for $16.23.
McGee, you're always in a fight with somebody. Don't you know you can't fight the utilities?
They don't impress me, kiddo. You know why people call them public utilities? It's on account of the initials. P.U. Come on, I'm going to try this off here. Somebody has got to give me a reasonable answer on this gas bill. $16.23. Why, it's an outrageous. Hi, Buster. Who do I complain about a gas bill?
To whom?
Yeah. To whom do we complain?
Yes, ma'am. Third door down the hall.
Who's in the third room down the hall?
Whom?
No. In this case, it should be who.
Well, maybe it should, but it isn't. It's whom. Edgar P. Whom. In charge of complaints.
Oh, much obliged. Edgar for whom?
Fine thing. You come down here with a single idea, and what do you get? Double talk. Did he say the third door down the hall?
Yeah, come on. I'm narrowing it down now to somebody I can really blast his head off. If I don't get justice as an American citizen, I'll take this right to the Federal Trade Commission. That's what I'll do. I'll have it broadcast over the Voice of America.
The Voice of America?
Yeah.
Go on. You don't even know Margaret Truman.
Oh, hi, Ole.
Well, hello there, McGee. Hello, Mrs.
Hello, Ollie. Paying your gas bill?
Oh, no, I just come here to visit my cousin. He's vice president of the company.
Oh, hot dog, just the guy we want to see. Look, this gas bill, Ole, $16.23. Ain't that ridiculous? Where's your cousin's office?
Oh, now he got no office. He works in the basement. He screws threads on gas pipes.
I thought you said he was a vice president.
Sure. How you think he holds gas pipes to screw threads, missus, in his teeth? No, he uses a wise.
Oh, a vice.
You know, it's a big family yoke to call Cousin Nels a wise guy.
Well, how's the family, Ollie? Well, I hope.
Well, I hope so, too, missus. Yesterday, we got another letter from Lars. He's in the United States Navy, you know.
Yeah, we know. Everything okay with him?
Well, things not so very good with Lars
Oh?
right now. He cooks beans on hot stove all day for crew on ship. All because he don't keep his mouth shut.
What do you mean, Ollie?
Well, officer asked Lars what Papa does, and Lars said Papa is janitor at Elks Club. But in Swedish Navy, Papa was cook.
Oh.
And officer say, oh, you're a son of a sea cook. Now, Lars works in the galley.
Galley, Ollie.
Sure, galley. You heard about my little Christina?
No, what about Christina?
Well, a couple of weeks ago, somebody sent Christina a big box of chocolate candy.
How wonderful. Was she bubbling over with joy?
No, missus, she was bubbling over with bubbles. It was April Fool's candy full of soap. For 3 days now, I don't have to lad her face for a razor. I used to say, kiss Papa good morning, Christina, and start shaving. So long, both you fellas.
So long. Oh, come on, kiddo. Here's the third door.
Edgar P. Hume, Complaint Department.
What does that small card say?
It says, when complaining to Mr. Hume, it is not necessary to raise voice. He is not deaf, just disinterested.
Well, I'll interest the highbinder. Come on. Now, look here, Edgar P. to Hume. I've took all I'm going to took off of this bunch of hijackers. Look at this bill, $16.23. Does that look reasonable to you, to Hume?
Let me see it, sir. No, sir, I think it's ridiculous.
Well, good for you, Mr. Hume. Give him the bill, dearie. He'll revise it and send another one.
Oh, no, madam, I can't do that.
What do you mean you can't do that? You just admitted the bill was way out of line.
I'm sorry, sir, I can't do anything about it.
And why not?
Because that isn't one of our bills. That's your electric light bill.
What do you mean, my... Huh? It is? Oh, my gosh, it is.
We beg your pardon, Mr. Hume, but my husband has a bad habit. Whether he's reading the light bill or Esquire, all he sees is the figures. Come, dearie.
I'll go quiet.
Fibber and Molly return in just a moment. Now and then, someone comes along with a recipe so outstanding that everyone gets excited about it. And that's the kind of recipe Pet Milk's Mary Lee Taylor has recently perfected. It's a dessert called Princess Icebox Pie.
Who is Princess Icebox, Jr.? Is she the one?
No, pal. We did that.
Oh, okay.
And what a dessert this Princess Icebox Pie is. Delicious, from the creamy, smooth fruit filling right down to that good graham cracker crumb crust. And one thing that makes this icebox pie so good is the whipped pet milk that goes into the filling. Honest, it's a dessert that'll melt in your mouth. Hard to make? No, ma'am. You just get one of the handy take-home recipe folders now being featured in grocery stores, follow the simple recipe that's in the folder, and you'll have a dessert that's terrific. Princess Icebox Pie. Remember the name. Be sure to get the pet milk recipe. Oh, and be sure to get several cans of pet milk, too.
Now, don't you feel a little silly, dearie, mistaking the light bill for the gas bill?
Well,
Making such a fuss over it.
well, my
too.
gosh, just because I wasn't wearing my glasses when I opened the mail. But I'm wearing my glasses now. And by George, I ain't going to pay this light bill either.
Too high?
No, it's addressed to Freddie McGee, 14th and Oak Street. See?
So it is.
Yeah, good. Good night.
Good night, all.
The first evaporated milk, Pet Milk, brings you Fibber McGee and Molly each week at this time. Be with us again next Tuesday night, won't you? If quite unexpectedly someone left you several $100s, what would you do with the money? Well, that's the happy question that faces the Carter family in Pet Milk's Story of the Week next Saturday morning on the Mary Lee Taylor program. And what happens the minute the news gets around makes this one of the most entertaining stories of the year. Be sure to hear it. And listen, too, for the recipe of the week on the same Pet Milk program, the recipe for an economical main dish called Frankfurter Roll-Ups. Easy to make and mighty good. Remember, for this big double feature, tune in your NBC station next Saturday morning for Mary Lee Taylor.
Tomorrow, laugh with Groucho Marx. Stay tuned for Big Town on NBC.
Here's a man without a care in the world, the picture of solid contentment. Sitting in his living room with his back in an easy chair, his feet in a window, his comic book in his lap, and his wife at the grocery store, we find Mr. McGee of Fibber McGee and Molly. He looks out the window. He smiles to himself. He sings.
Oh, I got a little woman, and she's at the grocery store. She'll be home any minute, 'cause I hear her at the door. Oh!
Yoo-hoo, McGee, I'm home.
Oh, okay. I'd give you a hand, kiddo, but I'm sitting down. You need some help with the groceries?
No, thanks, dearie. I only spent $3
Good. That ought to feed it. Huh? Where's the groceries?
in my purse.
What?
I only bought a few
In
things.
your purse? Holy smoke. You mean to tell me you can carry $3 worth of groceries in your purse?
It isn't hard, believe me.
Huh?
I shop carefully because on a $20 a week food budget, there isn't room, you see, to...
$20? Spend $20 a week for groceries? Oh, cut it out, kiddo. You're joking.
Joking? Well, if you think so, you...
Why, sure, my gosh, you ain't buying groceries for the Asiatic fleet, Tootsie. There's only 2 of us eating here. Don't forget that.
Yeah, but there's one of us that eats like 4 of us. Don't you forget that, dearie.
Oh, well, don't apologize for your appetite, Molly. I know. I don't want to starve you, but gee whiz, $20 a week. Why, when I was a cook in the First World War, the big war, we used to feed men on 31 cents a day. And believe me, it tasted like it.
It must have been a mess, Sergeant.
Stop kidding, kiddo. If it's costing us 20 smackers every week just for groceries, something's wrong somewhere. Prices must be too high.
There's not a grocer in town who'll argue with that or sell any cheaper.
My gosh, if I can't feed 2 people easy for $15 a week, I'll quit eating. That's what I'll quit. I'll go on a hungry strike. I won't touch another drop of food till I get them prices down where... Hey, we got anything in the icebox? I'm starving.
Well, very little, dearie.
Well, then get your hat and $15, too.
Yes, sir.
That's our new grocery budget. And if you want to see a real sharp-shooting bargain shopper, do some sharp-witted shopping, shake your shank, since we're going shopping. At it anyway. Why is it every time I get ready to go out, somebody drops in? Come in.
Hello, Mr. Oldtimer.
Hello there, kid. Hi, daughter. Johnny, did you see the paper?
Huh?
The New York Yankees was in town. Had a parade here.
The Yankees? A parade? Gee,
According to the paper here, they marched down 38th Street in 2 rows, side by side.
Where does it say that?
Yeah.
Here's the headline, daughter. It says, Yanks cross 38th. Parallel.
No, Oldtimer,
And that's the news for the day, kid. What's news with you?
Plenty, boy. I just woke up to how high up the high cost of living has went up lately. Way up.
Do you have much trouble in making both ends meet these days, Mr. Oldtimer?
Yes, I do, daughter. I used to could bend over and touch my toes any time, but it seems like I can't even reach my knees anymore. Arms are getting shorter, I guess. Ain't made both ends meet.
No, wait a minute. That's what we meant. How do you support yourself these days?
Well, mostly I just lean against something, Johnny. Lamppost, mailbox.
I don't think you quite understand what we're driving at, Mr. Oldtimer. We're talking about how expensive food is.
Yeah, you have any trouble eating these days?
No, I love it, kid. I had an interesting experience at lunch yesterday, though.
Yeah?
Down at Walt's Malt Shop and Oyster Bar. I was eating a bowl of oyster stew, and all at once I bit down on something exciting, kids. The waitress come running.
Pearl?
No, Pearl got fired, daughter. Bessie's working there now. He was over...
Yeah, but the oyster stew. What was it you bit down on, Amaro?
Nope. The oysters. No, the whole joint out of business.
Yeah?
Had to close up and send east for another oyster. It was, hey, did you say you're having trouble with your grocery budget, daughter?
Oh, we certainly are. Everything is...
Bessie's sister had the same problem, daughter. Worried her to death.
That's all.
But she figured out a wonderful deal, though. Cut her grocery bills right in half and still eats as good as ever.
My gosh, how'd she do that? We'll try it.
You won't like the plan, Johnny. She shot her husband.
For I trade, McGee.
Oh, the Wistful Vista cash and carry.
Yes, we have a charge here.
Oh.
Oh, look, they must have had a hold-up, McGee. Look at all the policemen at the door.
Yeah, that's a money wagon there. They must be delivering the payroll. Boy, look at the guns. Hey, they take...
All right, men. Close ranks. I want a solid line from this front door to the truck.
Oh, dear. Don't they look business-like, McGee? Look, the man with the machine gun carrying the little box.
Yeah, what is it, Bud? The payroll?
No, it's a 4-pound rib roast. Watch it, men. Remember what happened last week?
What happened last week, sir?
Carload of Eastern gangsters, lady. Hijacked a pork chop. All right, let's go.
Wonder if it was insured. Oh, well. Let's set the card. Grab a basket here while I check my list here, Molly. I'll pay as I go.
Yes, you certainly will. Through the nostrils, I might add.
Well, let me see now first. Oh, hey, Bud. A loaf of bread, please. Here's my nickel.
You been away, mister?
Yes, he has, sir. In fact, he's not quite back yet.
What you mean?
Bread, sir, is 15 cents a loaf.
15 cents? For a loaf of bread? Why, that's ridiculous. I won't pay it. Keep your old bread. We'll bake biscuits. Give me some biscuit flour.
Here you are, sir. 47 cents.
Skip it. I'll plant wheat. Come on, Molly, let's walk down this way.
You know, you should come shopping with me oftener, dearie.
Huh?
This sort of thing has been going on since the... Oh, look who's here, McGee. Hello, Dr. Gamble.
Hello, Molly, and good day to you, knuckle nose.
Hi, Bacon Belly. How's the pill peddling racket? Business good?
Business, I am happy to say, is terrible, my boy. Wistful Vista has had an epidemic of good health lately, thanks to old Doc Gamble.
Yeah, I've been reading some nice things about you lately, Doc, old man.
Really? Where?
In the May issue of the Witch Doctor's Digest. Is it true you discovered a way to dye buckshot yellow and sell it for penicillin tablets? You ought to make a fortune.
Oh, pipe down, clabberhead. You're not funny.
Oh.
How'd you ever get him out of the house to help you shop, Molly? Set fire to the divan?
No, he's down here to investigate the high cost of living, Doctor.
Yeah.
He can't figure out where our grocery money's going.
Oh, he can't? Has it occurred to you to look inside the lower part of your vest, button buster? I mean that you've got enough pure lard behind your belt buckle to French fry a rhinoceros.
Oh, come now. Leave us not get personal, tallow bucket. cost of living thing is all of us' problem. We're all infected by it.
You mean affected, dearie. Infected.
I know. These food prices make me sick.
I have one suggestion, my boy. If you think the cost of living is too high, why don't you stop?
Stop what?
Living. Come on, Molly.
Go on, Doc. Well, come on, Molly. If we're going to find any bar... Hey, wait a minute. There's a guy demonstrating something, Molly. Come on. Free sample.
Yes, looks like he's for
Hey, Bud, whatever you're giving away, we'll take an arm. Oh, hey, it's Wilcox.
Well, hi, pal. Hello, Molly.
Hi.
Step right up and have a cup of coffee with that wonderful pet evaporated milk.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Wilcox. And are we ever ready?
Yeah, for once, we're glad to see you, Junior. Make mine a double, boy.
Double it is with that good, rich pet milk.
Ah, isn't that a wonderful aroma, McGee?
Well, I hadn't noticed that yet, but it sure does smell good. 2 lumps, Junior. Boy, this is the first bargain we've seen.
Now, pet milk is always a bargain, kid. Look at that beautiful creamy color, Molly.
Yeah.
Notice that rich, full-bodied flavor, pal?
Speaking of full, Junior, pull up my cup full up again, will you? It's good.
Gladly, pal, gladly. Pass him the pet, Molly.
All right.
Because that's what makes this coffee so extra good, so extra delicious. That milk is that last little touch that sort of puts the topper on a fine cup of coffee. You see, pet milk is just good, wholesome country milk concentrated to double richness by evaporation.
Speaking of buy, Junior, can I buy you a cup, as long as it's free?
That's mighty neighborly of you, neighbor.
Hey, if you want to shop a while, Molly, I'll just sit here and drink coffee.
Oh, no. Oh, no, you don't.
Huh?
You're doing the grocery shopping, dearie.
Well.
You're the one who's finding the bargain.
Well, you came to the right place, kids. I know this store like a pet milk label.
Yeah?
I can show you the 6 biggest bargains in the house.
Speaking of house, Junior, how's about one more cup?
Help yourself, pal, help yourself. Yes, sir. The first bargain, of course, is this can of Pet's evaporated milk. Pet is a bargain because it costs less generally than any other form of milk, less than half as much as cream.
You said you could show us 6 bargains, Mr. Wilcox.
Yeah, what's the other 5?
What? Simple, pal. 5 more cans of Pet. Here you are. Pay the checker on your way out. All right, folks. Step right up for a cup of the best coffee.
There.
Yeah.
I told you I'd find us a bargain, kiddo. Stick with me and you'll...
Oh, McGee, will you look at that beautiful beef roast in the showcase?
Oh, boy, would I like to take that baby home. What's that sign say? Oh, price is quoted on request. And by appointment only. Free smelling salt. That's an awful
Gee,
way.
this meat counter is killing me.
Huh?
I haven't seen so much raw red meat since the Sunday we spent at Coney Island.
Yeah, well, hey, look at that baked ham.
Oh, that looks delicious, McGee. Don't torture me now, because...
Maybe we could buy a few. Hey, Bud, let's take a look at that baked ham, will you?
Certainly, sir. Mind putting up a small deposit just as evidence of good faith?
Deposit?
Oh, your bank book, wristwatch, any small thing will do.
Oh, for goodness sakes, here. Will my wedding ring do?
Well, it's a little irregular, but... There, take a look. Don't touch it, sir. Just look. It's our best grade of
Boy,
baked
that
ham.
smells wonderful. Smell it, Molly?
Oh, isn't that wonderful?
Yeah, let me have 15 cents worth of that, Bud. Oh, what the heck? Make it 2 bits worth.
2 bits worth?
Sure.
You just had $1 worth, mister.
What? Why?
Come on, McGee, let's go.
Hmm?
Oh, hello there, Mr. Mayor.
Well, hello, Molly. Hello, McGee.
Oh, hi, Lestrade. You're just the guy I'm looking for. You're the mayor. What are you doing about food prices?
Shuddering. What are you doing?
Shopping. We took all our money out of our piggy bank, came downtown to shop, saw the prices, so now we're going home and eat the piggies.
You know what I think is the cause of high prices today, Latrivia? My theory of the cause of high prices is that everything costs more. What do you think?
I think you have something there, McGee, and I hope it isn't contagious because I don't want to get it.
I don't suppose there's really any use to blame the grocers for the high prices, which is too bad because it's so easy to hang it on them.
No, it's just general inflation, I guess. You understand inflation, McGee?
No.
Well, let me explain it to
Please
you.
do, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, well, you can try anyway. I'm pretty hard to explain things to because when I don't pay attention, I pretend I heard everything. And when I do pay attention, I don't understand because I'm too busy thinking of what I'm going to say when you get through. But, go ahead, boy. Try.
Very well. Inflation is a spiral. Do you know what a spiral is?
Yes. A spiral is something that rises and turns around at the same time. Like the man in front of you at the movie when you stick your foot through the back of the seat.
Yes. But let's think of a spiral in terms of a coiled spring, like the springs in your davenport.
Oh, you mean inflation makes you lose sleep?
No.
Oh?
Look.
Huh?
When prices rise and wages are raised to keep up with it, then costs of manufacture and processing rise to pay the wages, which means prices have to go up too. That is a spiral.
Oh, I see. Like a coiled spring.
Exactly. Like the springs in your davenport, when it gets out of control, it will get you in the end.
Well, I will say you're an economical chopper, dearie. You've been here 3 hours and you haven't spent over $1 yet.
No.
Of course, you haven't bought anything but 6 cigars. Look, McGee, why don't you give in?
No, sir.
Let's take the $15, buy $10 worth of ham and $5 worth of eggs, and go knock ourselves out.
Oh, sir, this thing has got my back up. I'll find a bargain if I have to get the manager by the throat and choke that. Hey, Bud, are you the manager?
Yes, sir. But
That man's throat. Oh, dear.
Sorry, Bud. Got carried away.
That's quite all right, sir. Our new policy, every customer gets one free chance at strangling the manager. That's a joke, son. I say that's a joke.
Look, Bud,
Certainly did.
this may be funny stuff to you, but I ain't amused. I come down here to buy some groceries, and I drive a hard bargain.
I may as well warn you, sir. He's sharp.
Well, I'm happy to serve you, Mr. Sharp. You must be Mrs. Sharp, Mrs. Sharp.
No, I'm Mrs. McGee.
Yeah, now look, Bud, I'm going to lay my cards on the table, see?
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. We don't permit gambling in the store. It is not our
Oh,
policy.
cut it out.
Gee,
I didn't say anything about gambling. I want to buy some groceries. Now, look, I'll pick out enough stuff for a week and pay you a flat $15 for it. How about it? You want a deal or not?
shuffle them first. I'll cut you for a deal. Let's play Joker's Wild and the Nines and the Deuces.
Oh, please. We did not come in here to gamble. Can't you just show us some bargains in groceries? Well, now here, how much are these olives here?
Oh, that is a splendid bargain indeed, madam. These are our finest imported stuffed olives.
What are they stuffed with?
Olive pits. Now, they are priced according to size. Starting with the mammoth size here, they work on up through colossal, magnificent, and tremendous. Up to the size of BB, which we call monster.
Monster.
Then the marble size are labeled Herculean. On up through massive, supermassive, and frightening, till we come to these giant, super enormous mucho grandes, which, as you can see, are about the size of mothballs. Then we go on.
Listen, please, never mind the olives, sir. I wish I'd have stayed home.
Oh, let me tell you about an amusing thing that happened here yesterday. My brother has a sailboat at Dugan's Lake, and the wind tore all the canvas off it.
Yeah, but what that got to do with the...
So he came in yesterday and asked me for the money to buy a new sail. I gave him the money and punched it out on the cash register, whereupon he said, "What did you ring on the cash register, brother?" Smiling slyly, I said, "No sail." Around the market here, we...
Bud, cut it out. I'm getting sick of it.
Me too, dearie. I tell you, I'm going home. You can stay here if you want to, but I'm tired.
You bet I'm staying. I'll find some bargains around here if it's the last thing I... Now, you look at here, stupid. I'm a customer of this store, and I...
No, Ole McGee isn't home yet, but come in anyway. He ought to be here any minute.
Well, thanks, Messrs. Hey, you stay a minute.
He's down at the grocery store, Ole. How's the family? Well, I hope.
Well, I hope so too, missus. What you say McGee is doing?
Well, he's trying to find some grocery bargains, Ole. He thinks we're spending too much money for food.
Well, I think everybody does, but don't worry. Congress is investigating the food thing, missus.
Oh, they are?
Sure. You ever buy any pies from a place called Red's Bakery?
No, I don't believe so. What about it?
Well, this fella Red, he's in bad trouble. Must make bum stuff, I guess.
What makes you think so?
Well, it says in the paper this morning, Congress investigates Red's pies.
Ole, I don't think that's what he meant by that.
Molly. Hey, Molly. Take some of this stuff, quick.
Oh, here. Well, come on.
Here,
I got it.
I took a bag, McGee. That's what you got.
Oh, boy, did I find a bargain, Molly. There's more in the car, too, even yet. Come on, let's take it out to the kitchen.
Okay, for goodness sake. Well, look at all the canned goods.
Yeah.
McGee, how much did all this cost?
Oh, boy. I told you I'd find a bargain, did I could have... I told you I could feed us for $15 a week. Dump them bags out on the table.
Okay, what is this stuff?
Yeah.
My, there's no labels on the can
Yeah.
series.
That's how I got them for a nickel apiece. 300 cans I got. Labels got washed off in the flood, and that's why they're selling them cheap.
I see.
Nobody knows what's in them. Pretty good gamble, eh? You ever see such tall cans?
Well, come on, let's open one, McGee.
Yeah.
See what we've got.
Well, you do it, Molly. I always cut my fingers. Hurry up, kid. Open it up. I can't wait to see it.
My goodness, this is exciting.
Yeah.
I can't wait to see what's inside this.
Does it?
Well, heavenly days. 300
Hey, what is it? What is it? Let me see. What is it? Let me see.
Wait a minute till I try another one.
Okay, open it. Hurry up.
Look, McGee.
Well, what do you know? Tennis ball. Ladies and gentlemen, we've kidded a lot about our grocery shopping tonight, but believe me, our hats are off to our friend, the neighborhood grocer. He's doing a great service for all of us under very trying conditions.
Yes, and as long as your hat is off to him, McGee, you'd better hold your hand out to him, too, with some money in it.
What do you mean?
Well, he's still holding the bag for last month's grocery bill.
Oh, well, that's cinch, you know. I'll pay him out of the profits off of these tennis balls.
Profit?
Certainly. You know what Kramer's drugstore gets for tennis balls?
Money?
You said it, $50 apiece. $50 times 900 is 450 smackers. That's over $400 clear profit. Do I bargain or do I bargain?
You certainly do, dearie.
Yeah.
Bounce me one of those balls.
Okay, here. Dead.
Me too.
Yeah. Good night.
Good night.
That Milk Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The first evaporated milk, Pet Milk, presents Fibber McGee and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, Dick LeGrand, Tyler McVeigh, Danny Richards Jr., and me, Arnold Wilcox. The show is written by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie and directed by Max Hutto with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. There comes a time in the life of every pet milk baby when he outgrows the bottle. But he never outgrows pet milk. And that's good news for mothers because it means that if yours is a pet milk baby, you need have no weaning problem at all. Your baby's always liked pet milk in the bottle, so naturally he'll like it in the glass. And what an easy way to be sure that he'll continue to get all the nourishing milk substances and vitamin D that means steady growth, sound teeth, and strong, straight limbs. According to doctors, a growing child should have at least a quart of milk each day. And over a period of weeks or months, that will cost quite a little money. That's why we think it worthwhile to remind you that pet milk, which helps keep so many youngsters sturdy and happy, costs less generally than any other form of milk. Get pet milk at your grocer's tomorrow.
Many years ago in Peoria, Illinois, a small active boy with a large active mouth won the annual soapbox derby in his own little homemade racer. Well, that boy is not as active now as he once was, of course, but listen to the mouth. Join Fibber McGee and Molly.
When I seen this in the paper, Molly, about him running the Wistful Vista Soapbox Derby tomorrow, I says to myself, ta, I says.
A very intelligent comment, dearie. Meaning what?
Meaning what do kids these days know about building soapbox racers anyway? Why, when I was a kid, I could take an old cantaloupe crate, nail 4 ply tins on it for wheels, grease them with a stick of butter, and barrel down Main Street Hill faster than you could holler, look out for the open manhole.
Those happy childhood days.
Yeah, I had quite a reputation as a builder of soapbox racers in them days, Molly. I'll never forget old number 9.
Number 9?
That was my championship model, old number 9. The one I finally won one with. Finished building it at 1 minute after 2 on May 3rd and won the race by 4 lengths in 5 minutes and 6 or 7 seconds at the age of 8. My lucky number 9. Should I try that backwards?
What was the prize? What was the prize, dearie? 9 life insurance policies for your cat?
No, $10 and a new bicycle.
Oh, that's wonderful.
That's what I thought till I rode past your house on the bicycle to show off. I rode no hand smack into a tree and picked myself up, no teeth. I was so healthy though in them days, they grew back in again.
Including those fillings?
No. This is my 3rd set, thank goodness. My 2nd set grew in with the molars in front.
I see. Well, that's what my folks meant, I guess. They always said you were a backward lad in those days, dearie. But I claimed that you were...
Come in. Well, look who's here. Dr. George Gamble, physician in Sturgeon. And the best friend I could have in the world, if I happen to own a mortuary. Come on in, Fatso.
Hello, Molly.
Hello.
And thank you for that charming tribute, Picklehead.
Don't let him fret you, Doctor. If McGee didn't like you so much, he wouldn't talk to you that way.
Well, if wanting to insult someone is a sign of tender affection, I'm nuts about him, too.
Say, you look a little weary, Doctor. Had a rough week?
Yeah, rugged, Molly. I'm going fishing for a few days, though, and that ought to fix me up ship-shape.
You're already ship-shape, Doctor. The shape of a ship. Stern wheeler.
McGee, that isn't a very...
Oh, I don't mind him, my dear. With him, it's purely defensive.
What do you mean defensive? I'm as offensive as you are.
I'd say more so, even.
Well, I simply mean that he has...
Come in.
Hi, Mr. McGee. Hi, Mr. McGee. Hi, Dr. Gamble.
Hello, Teeny.
Hiya.
I just thought I'd drop in, Mr. McGee. You're always so nice to little children. And I want to ask your advice, too, I betcha.
It's never necessary to ask Mr. McGee's advice, Teeny.
No.
He throws it around like spaghetti at a Roman picnic. And it can get you just as messed up, too.
What kind of advice do you want?
Now, ask me anything, sis. Old Uncle Fibber, the question and answer man.
The question being, does he know any answer?
Well, you're so nice to little children, Mr. McGee, and you can fix things so dandy. And Willie Toops is building a soapbox racer to get in the soapbox derby, and, well, I thought if you would tell me how to make a racer, too, so I could race tomorrow. Well,
Hey, we were just talking about that, sis. I used to be a champion soapbox racer builder.
that's what I told Willie, I betcha.
You did?
I said, Willie, I said, I'll bet you Mr. McGee could build the best soapbox racer in the whole world, I said.
Well, it's odd that you should ask my advice, sis, because you're talking to the guy that he's probably the greatest authority on soapbox racers alive today.
You're alive today? Very odd. I could swear.
Oh, quiet now. Now, the first thing you do, Teeny, is you find yourself a big box.
Oh, gee, that's a wonderful idea.
Yeah.
Gee, a big box.
And then you find 4 wheels the right size and you attach them right to the box.
Oh, that's a dandy idea. Attach the wheels right to the box. Oh, will I tell Willie? Oh, boy, I sure wish I knew as much as you do, mister, and had all the tools you got, but, well, I'm just a little girl, and I can't do stuff like smart men like you can.
This is the most obvious.
Quiet, Doctor. Let it work itself out.
Okay.
Where was I now? Oh, yeah. Anyway, mister, thanks ever so much for telling me how to do it, but, well, maybe I better let it go till I'm a bigger kid and...
Hey.
Huh?
Look,
Oh, boy, here it comes.
I got an idea.
I wondered if you're ever gonna...
Suppose I build you a soapbox racer. I got the tools, I got the time, I got the know-how. If I get right to work,
Oh, this is wonderful. Oh, boy, thanks ever so much. Gee, you're nice to little children, Mr. McGee.
Well, sure.
Oh, wait till I tell Willie. Hey, Willie. Willie. Yeah? What happened? He fell for it? Like a ton of bricks. Is he going to do it? Sure. I gave him the nice to little children routine, and he ate it up. I hope I don't break my neck in that racer, because some of the stuff he builds is all...
Willie Nelson, Rocket Star. It's a happy show.
For a pet, he grew by leaps and bounds. The day my sister disappeared, he gained 100 pounds. We knew he was a man-eater, and our minds were in a whirl. We think he must have got confused, 'cause sister was a girl.
Well, how are you coming along with the soapbox racer, Mr. Catering?
Catering? I remind you of Charlie Catering, the General Motors genius?
No.
Oh.
Nope. I was thinking of Sore Thumb Catering.
Oh.
The handyman we had in Peoria.
Oh, him.
His front porch was always a mess like this.
Yeah. I remember old Sore Thumb. Used to build custom-built chicken coops for the farmers.
Yeah.
But he had to give it up because he was always nailing himself inside. Wonder whatever happened to him.
Well, the last I heard, he went to Chicago in a shipment of pullets.
Oh?
The man who opened the crate got the Pulitzer Prize of his life. You get it, McGee? Pulitzer Prize? It's a play on words.
Ain't funny, kiddo.
Why not?
Because I didn't think of it. Hey, look, it's starting to shape up now, Molly. This baby's going to be an exact copy of my little old number 9, the racer I built as a kid. It was what you might call a teardrop design.
Teardrop.
Yep. I used to cry like a baby every time I said it. till I got smart and hammered down the nails in the seat. You see, it was the nails. Oh, let's see.
Say, McGee, which is the front end of that thing, or haven't you decided?
Well, this end here, I think. Yeah, this end here's the front end. I'm building the front end low and the back end high. You see, with the low front end and the high... Oh, hi, Latrivia.
Oh, hello, McGee. Hello, Molly.
Hello there.
Well, building a soapbox racer.
Yeah.
Looks like fun.
Yeah, you want to watch, Latrib? Just sit down on the porch railing there, boy, and don't talk. Let's see.
Excuse me, but what's the idea of the low front, McGee? Are you getting it ready for television?
Nope, that's a new principle, Latrib. The front part is lower than the back part, so it'll always be going downhill, you see. That's known to science as the McGee Amendment to Newton's Law of Gravity. Named for the guy that discovered it, Newton.
Well, that's a pretty sloppy job of carpentering, McGee. Here, let me have that hammer. I'll show you a few tricks about
I don't need no help, Latrivia. You just sit down, boy. I know what I'm doing.
Oh, dearie, let him help you. After all, he's company.
Oh, let him go build his own soapbox racer.
Stingy. Oh, come on, let me drive a few nails, McGee. That looks like fun. Well, I work hard all day. Nobody ever lets... Look, McGee.
Huh?
Next time you're down at City Hall, I'll let you drive the mayor's private limousine.
Yeah, the official car? Okay, Latrivia. Here's the hammer.
Good.
Now, one nail, Latrivia. How far can I drive the car?
All the way around the City Hall garage.
Oh.
Inside, of course.
Give me back my hammer.
McGee, don't snatch it out of his hand like that. You'll break your glasses.
Well, gee whiz, he's got no idea.
Look, McGee.
Huh?
You've been begging the city to fix the street in front of the house here, haven't you?
We certainly have, Mr. Mayor. It's got more bad cracks than McGee had in vaudeville.
Well, I sent the request to the city engineer yesterday.
Oh, swell. Here's the hammer.
Good. There's a nail.
When did they say they'd pave it?
They turned the request down.
Give me that hammer.
Oh, for heaven's sakes,
I
dearie.
sent the order back today marked urgent. They'll start paving it tomorrow.
Okay, here's the hammer.
And if they don't pave it, Mr. Mayor, you promise to come back and pull the nail out? This is the silliest thing.
By George, I haven't done any carpenter work. Let me see now. I'll put this brace right here. Good place. Now, hand me another nail while I'm down here. Now, is it? Oh, I must have sprained my back. I can't straighten up.
Why, of course you can't, Mr. Mayor. You nailed your necktie to the porch.
I did? Oh, yes.
Look at the gleam in his eyes, McGee. He hardly knows we're here.
Well, I'll show him who's... That rattling trivia, give me that hammer. You've been working on it for an hour now. You got a lot of crust anyhow coming in here taking over my job. I don't tell you how to run the city hall, do I?
Oh, the heck you don't. Everybody does. Now, just a couple more nails, McGee. Come on.
No, sir. My gosh, if I didn't have respect for your job as the mayor of this town, I'd poke you right in the nose. If you weren't holding that hammer.
Oh, McGee, now that's not the...
Oh, is that so?
Yes, that's so.
Well, if this hammer is all that's keeping you from striking me, McGee, I'll hang on to it. Where's another nail? Let me hit another nail.
Hi, fellas. Hi, Molly. Oh, hello. Teeny and I just dropped by to see how her racer is coming along.
Well, I'd have had it built by now if Latrivia hadn't come.
Why, is that going to be it, Mr. McGee?
Yep.
Is that my dandy electro soapbox racer? Is it?
This is it, sis. Pretty rough yet, but when I get it finished, it'll be great.
Well, nothing is too good for Teeny, pal. She
Yeah.
was a pet milk baby, and she's still a pet milk girl because she...
Yeah, we know. You going to be at the soapbox derby tomorrow?
I'm the official starter, Harlow. It looks like a great race.
I'll be there. And speaking of a great race, my favorite one is the human.
Ooh.
Oh, that's cute. Isn't it, Mr. Mayor?
Yes. How did that get into the conversation?
Well, Mayor, we were speaking of the race, and I just realized that when you race your children on pet milk, you get them off to a flying start.
This goes on all the time, Homer.
Great Scott.
Well, you see, Latrivia, growing children need those good milk minerals and the vitamin D that pet evaporated milk gives them.
But the soapbox derby is going to be
And when you raise your child on pet milk, you're making sure that he gets all the nourishing milk substances he needs to grow strong, straight bones and good sound teeth. Because pet is one of the best.
Hey, when does it start, Mr. Wilcoxon? When does it start?
It starts when you're just a tiny baby, Teeny.
That's the human race.
When you're... starts when your mother gives you your first pet milk formula. And as you grow up on pet milk, you'll always...
No. She meant when does the race start, Harlow?
Yeah.
It starts at 3 minutes after 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, Teeny.
Thought it started at 3 o'clock sharp. Why 3 after?
Because I've done this every year for 6 years, and I know what happens.
Oh?
At 3 o'clock sharp, I pull the trigger of the starting gun. Nothing happens. Defective ammunition. At 3:02, I reload. At 3:02 and a half, I pull the trigger again. The gun falls apart. At 3 minutes after 3, I snatch a paper bag from someone in the crowd, dump the lunch out of it, blow it up, and bam, they're off.
It seems to me that a big shot like you should have a better gun.
Well, I don't...
Speaking of guns, some of our highest caliber in pet milk.
Some of our biggest bores, too.
Well, anyway, you see, it takes a lot of milk to raise a healthy child. And since pet milk costs less generally than any other form of whole milk, it's quite a saving. And it's very important.
Mr. McGee, hey.
Yeah, Teeny.
Look, can I do anything to help you build my little soapbox racer? Can I do anything to help? Can I?
Yes, you can, Teeny. You know where Kramer's drugstore is?
Sure I do, I betcha. What do you want down there?
Uncle Harlow. Get him out of here and take him down there and buy him a soda. I didn't buy you. That'll be a real help.
Well, I can take a hint.
Yeah, and take the mayor with you, too. Maybe I can get some work done then.
Very well, McGee. That's your idea of gratitude after I ruin a $5 necktie and mash 3 thumbs trying to help.
3 thumbs.
He mashed one of mine, too.
Then I, too, can take a hint. But don't tempt me tomorrow.
Tempt you?
When I fire that starting pistol tomorrow, duck. Good day.
McGee, do you think he was angry?
He don't scare me. How can you shoot anybody with a paper bag? Now, let me see. Well, I'll have this baby finished by dark. Put a
Hey, did you kids see Bessie go by here, daughter?
No, we didn't, Mr. Oldtimer. Is she around?
Boy, from her brother, Milford. He's a soldier, you know. Private. Must be at SEAL, Johnny.
Oh.
Me and Bessie went down to see Milford last week, and when we left, he stood there at the Army base with his hands in his overcoat pockets, waving goodbye.
How could he wave goodbye with his hands in his pockets?
Ears, daughter. Very talented ears.
He waves his ears?
Yep. Got the finest pair of ears in the Army, Milford has. About the size of a blacksmith's hands. About the same color, come to think of it. Very muscular, Milford's ears.
You mean he has muscles in his ears?
Yeah, got a good job in the Army, too, Milford has. Signal Corps, Wigwag Division.
Oh?
They make messages to him, and Milford wags them back. You handy boy.
Well, I'm glad he's getting along so well. The Army is...
Well, he loves it, daughter. You see them newsreel pictures of them airplane carriers?
Yeah.
Where the fellas stand on the deck and wave the planes down with big red and yellow paddles in each hand?
Yeah, we've seen it.
Milford does it. No hands. And no paddles, too. Just ears. Well, so long, kids.
So long.
King's Men and the Unbirthday Song from Alice in Wonderland.
Everybody. One birthday every year. There are 364. So we're gathered here to cheer. A very merry unbirthday to you. Very merry unbirthday to you. Raise a drink to someone, and I guess that you will do. A very merry unbirthday to she and he and them, and we a very merry unbirthday to you.
To who?
I say a very merry birthday to us. To us? Yep, yep, to us. If there are no objections, let it be your a very merry birthday to us. It really would be pleasant if you sent a little present to me. To me. To me. To me. Now don't be apprehensive because it needs to be expensive. You see? You see? I see. A 20-carat diamond ring would suit me to a T. A very merry birthday to her and he and thou and thee. We ought to throw a party for the very special party. You mean? Guess who? I hate to be specific, but it's so terrific. You mean? I do. Let's have a celebration, hire a band and rent a hall. A very merry birthday, a very merry birthday, a very merry birthday to her and he and them and we and thou and thee and also me.
Now hurry, McGee. It's nearly time to start. Oh, look at the crowd.
Now, don't drop the racer, Ole. Hold your end up, boy.
Well, don't worry about me, McGee. You got the biggest end. If you can hold that up.
Let us through, please. Racing car coming through. Through, please.
Hey, Teeny, come here.
Mr. McGee, was I ever scared, I betcha. It's almost race time, and gee, I thought you weren't ever coming.
I told you I wouldn't let you down. Let her down, Ole.
Oh, boy, look at that. Hey, Willie, it's here. Look at my little racer is here, Willie. Look at. Yeah.
Well, don't you like it, Billy? I think it's pretty good for Mr. McGee making it out of his own head and having plenty of wheels left over.
Yeah.
What do you mean, yeah? My racer can beat your racer anytime.
You call that a soapbox racer? I can beat that boxcar with my feet dragging.
You cannot. We'll bet you a billion, million, trillion dollars.
Please, contestants will line up their racers at the starting line for the 9th annual Wistful Vista Soapbox Derby.
You hear that, Molly? The 9th. That's a hunch. Lucky number 9.
Move over, kids. This is my lane. Help me in, Mr. McGee.
Hey, wait a minute, Teeny. Let me climb in it a minute first. Let me show you how to sit. That famous McGee crouch that brought me home in first place in my lucky number 9.
Okay, mister. You show me.
You got to grip the wheel with both hands and crouch low, see, like this.
Mm-hmm.
That way you don't stir up so much wind assistance with your ears. Besides, you can hold it better.
Folks, we bring you our official starter, Mayor Trivia. Take it away, Your Honor. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's give these little race drivers plenty of room. We're about to begin Wistful Vista's 9th annual Soapbox Derby.
Mr. McGee. Oh, boy. I'll bet I go 90 miles an hour.
Come on, get out, McGee. Let Teeny in. They're about to start.
I'm kind of stuck. Come on, me, Ole.
Oh, good gracious. This is the...
Oh, Mr. McGee, hurry up. Get on.
All right, on your marks, everybody.
Oh, no.
Get set and may the best.
Hey, the car's too little and my hips are too wide. Pull, Molly.
I'm trying to get you out.
Hey, Ole, get me out.
Well, I'm working on it, McGee. Shrink up a little bit. Make small.
Right, I'm making it small as I can.
Ready, set.
Good luck, McGee. Here you go.
I ain't supposed to. No!
Even if we all keep well,
My sneaky racer is bringing up. Then number 9, I think it's number 9. No,
really
it's number 5.
chicken
It's
stance on the road.
Callahan moving up faster. No, it's
I was still all right for a couple days there.
It's number 3.
Well, McGee, what happened to good old lucky number 9? You came in 6th place.
Yeah, and you know what? I just remembered. When I made my old lucky number 9 back in Peoria, it was on account of because I got the body on upside down. My lucky number was always 6.
Fibber
Fibber and Molly return in a moment. When you think of the many ways you can use pet milk, you begin to realize that it is truly an all-purpose, all-family food. First of all, it's the milk so many doctors recommend for babies because it supplies the minerals and vitamin D needed for building strong, straight bones and sound teeth. As for the rest of the family, well, you can use pet milk for making everything from delicious cream soups and satisfying main dishes to favorite desserts like puddings and cream pies. You can use pet milk, too, for making hot cocoa and other good, nourishing milk drinks for the youngsters. And pet milk in the cream pitcher is a natural because it makes a good cup of coffee taste extra good. When you have pet milk on hand, you don't need any other kind of milk or cream. Your grocer has pet milk. Take some home tomorrow.
Hey, you see the Gazette tonight, Molly? All about the soapbox derby. Got my picture on page 1. But they fouled up the caption.
How? What does it say?
It says, local smart aleck loses up derby.
Loses up? That's an odd phrase.
Yeah. Dumbbells couldn't even spell losers. They got it L-O-U-S-E-S, losers.
Quite a coincidence. Just 6 letters. You're lucky 6 again.
Oh, yeah. Good night.
Good night, all.
First evaporated milk, pet milk, brings you Fibber McGee and Molly each Tuesday evening. If your community does not observe daylight savings time, you may hear us at a different hour beginning next week. Consult your local newspaper for time. And be with us again next Tuesday night, won't you? What would you do if, accidentally, of course, you had ruined something very valuable belonging to the wife of your husband's boss? Well, that's not exactly a happy situation to be in. But that's what Sally Carter gets herself into in the story of the week on Pet Milk's Mary Lee Taylor program next Saturday morning. You'll get a chuckle out of the story. And you'll also get a wonderful recipe for a one-dish favorite called vegetable meat dinner. Don't miss this Pet Milk recipe of the week. For all family entertainment and all family recipes, turn your dial to NBC next Saturday morning for Pet Milk's Mary Lee Taylor.
Tomorrow for quiz fun, hear Groucho. Now hear Big Town on NBC.
The Pet Milk Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The first evaporated milk, Pet Milk, presents Fibber McGee and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, Dick LeGrand, Bud Steffen, Ed Begley, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The show is written by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie and directed by Max Hutto, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. Many happy returns of the day. That's a familiar greeting. And to Mr. and Mrs. Collins of New York, those words have unusual significance. You see, on May 4th, 1949, 4 tiny, delicate babies were born to Charles and Ethel Collins. So tiny, so delicate, that everyone wondered whether there would be many happy returns of the day for all 4. But next Friday, they'll be 2 years old, and never have you seen any happier, sturdier youngsters. That isn't exactly surprising because almost from the day of their birth, the Collins babies have had the nutritional benefits of pet evaporated milk. Nor is it surprising that the doctor approved pet milk for their feedings when you consider its uniform richness, sure freedom from harmful germs, and its easy digestibility. Now, the pet milk people are naturally very glad and proud to have had some part in the many happy returns of the day for the Collins quadruplets. Here is a problem you motorists have every time you drive downtown. Should you pass up that hitchhiker and feel like a selfish mug, or should you pick him up, get slugged, and feel like an even bigger mug with 10 stitches in your scalp? Well, here's a comment on the problem by a mug who would be a mug in any case. Yep, it's himself, of Fibber McGee and Molly.
Okay. I pick up no hitchhikers, kiddo. Had a bad experience with one once. Taught me valuable lessons.
Really?
Yeah.
He tried to rob you, the silly optimist?
Worse. I had a flat tire in a rainstorm, and after he changed the tire for me, with me getting my head all wet, sticking it out the window to give advice. You know what he done?
Refused to take off his shirt for you to wipe your wet head with?
No, sir. When I got home, I found he'd put the tire tools away in the trunk, so careless the car rattled for 2 weeks. Yeah, that's a fact. And I'd given that guy a lift for at least 3 miles.
Heavenly days, what ingratitude.
You said it. No hitchhikers do I pick up, Tootsie.
Well, now, don't forget you hitchhiked back to Peoria once after the basketball game in Starved Rock. Remember?
Yeah, only part way, and besides, that was different. I didn't have any money. Had my pocket picked by the first driver that gave me a lift. And anyway...
Dearie, slow down. Stop at that corner.
Why do you want to stop at the corner?
Please, stop by that sailor standing there.
Oh, okay. I got the red light anyway.
You-hoo, sailor.
Yes, ma'am?
I just wanted to tell you why we can't give you a lift. You see, there have been so many cases of...
That's all right, lady. I understand, and believe me...
What I mean is that while we'd like to pick you up because we realize a lot of servicemen can't afford regular means of transportation...
Look, lady, it's all right, see? You don't have to...
Pipe down, bud. Don't interrupt my wife while she's trying to explain things.
You see, son, in the first place, we're only going a short way, and it wouldn't help you much. And secondly, my husband is against picking up hitchhikers on general principles. We're very sorry, and I do hope you understand, son.
Lady, look, I ain't hitchhiking. I live in the next block. I was just waiting to cross the street.
Oh, well, you better wait a bit longer, bud. We got the light now.
Did you shut the garage door, McGee? The paper said rain today.
Yeah.
I do hope it doesn't rain, though. I keep thinking of all those people trying to hitch rides today and us passing them up.
Now, look, baby, any guy with his wife in the car that he picks up a stranger on the road is a lemonhead of the first water. And it ain't fit to drink.
Well, I suppose that's right, but...
Personally, and while it may strike you as peculiar, I'd rather be selfish than dead. There's only some way to know the decent, hard-luck hitchhikers from the crooks and bums. Maybe I'd be glad...
Come in.
Oh, Ole from the Elks Club. Hi, Ole.
Hello, Ole. Do come in.
Yeah, thanks, Mister. Hello, McGee. You just get home?
Yeah. Yeah, I've been downtown shopping, Ole. Look at here. 6 pounds of rubber bands. Had to go to 7-10-cent stores to get all of them.
Good. Why you want 6 pounds of rubber bands? You crochet in a pair of fishing boots? Or...
What do you mean, why do I want 6 pounds of rubber bands? Don't you realize that rubber's getting scarce? I'm taking no chances.
Well, you know, I saw 3 little squirrels in the park at 14th and Oak when I come by, McGee. Huh? Why don't you go catch them and save them, too?
Well, why, Ole?
Well, the way McGee figures things, it's just logical that a nut starts storing up some squirrels, maybe.
Why, that's ridiculous. What would I want?
Say, incidentally, Ole, why did you ask if we just got home?
Oh, well, you see, my oldest boy, Lars, he come home last night on some foliage from the Navy, and...
on some what?
Foliage from the Navy. The reason I say foliage, Lars saves up all his leaves and tooks it all at once, you see. So, lots of leaves, that's foliage.
Yeah.
Reasonable enough, but that doesn't explain why our just getting home.
Oh, yes. Well, you see, Lars was standing on the corner there, waiting for the light to change to cross the street, and the lady apologized for not giving him a ride.
Oh!
Good, you know. That lady was us.
Huh?
Yeah.
Remember, Molly, the guy?
I remember. Yes. So that was your boy, Lars, Ole. Fine-looking lad.
Yeah, well, thanks, Mrs. He looks after his papa. Also after good-looking girls, which is also like looking after Papa the way Papa was when he was young, like Lars is. You see.
He likes the Navy, don't he, Ollie?
Well, yes and no, McGee. The last few weeks he was on a submarine. But, boss, he don't like that. He gets too wet.
Wet? My gosh, the sub must have a leak.
Yeah, it's supposed to be watertight inside those things, Ole.
Say, you know, Lars never thought of that, huh? I go tell him the next time it goes down, he gets inside the sub. Thanks.
So long, don't you, fella?
Well, so Lars was the hitchhiker who wasn't hitchhiking. Say, incidentally, McGee.
Hey?
What if there were some way or some method by which a person hitchhiking someplace could register with a bureau and get approved by the police and wait in a certain place?
Hey! I just thought of something.
What, sweetheart?
Look, suppose somebody organized a kind of a booking agency where a guy that he wanted to hitchhike someplace could go and give references and get okayed by the cops. A kind of a bureau. And drivers that wanted to take somebody along for company could do the same thing. And if the guy that run the bureau charged 2 bits apiece for driver and hitchhiker, well, that's 50 cents a ride. Wow, what an idea. Yeah.
It's amazing. How on earth did you think of that?
Them things just come to me, I guess. Hey, you know, I bet there's a fortune in a thing like this. Hand me the phone, kiddo. Big things are going to happen around here.
I'll just bet you.
Billy Mills at the orchestra, and please don't talk about me when I'm gone.
Hello? Hello? Wistful Vista Real Estate Company? This is Fibber McGee speaking, President and Chairman of the Board of the Certified Hitchhiker Corporation, Limited.
Limited? With your imagination?
Look, Bud, I'm interested in some office space at 14th and Oak. Oh, 8 or 10 rooms, switchboard, big reception room. Yeah, new company. What do you mean, references? Ask the Chase National Bank in New York about me. Yeah. Well, keep me informed.
Who do you know in the Chase National Bank?
Nobody. My gosh, you don't think I'm going to ask references from anybody that knows me, do you?
Yes, but a suite of 10 rooms. Aren't you expanding pretty fast, dearie? So far, all you have is an idea.
Oh, yeah? Well, that's all Casey Jones had, too, when he invented the locomotive. This kind of thing takes imagination, kiddo. It requires vision.
And after that, revision.
Yeah. By George, the possibilities of this idea is fantastic. I'll form a corporation, see?
Yeah?
Sell stock at $50 a par debenture with a moratorium of 99 years and an escalator clause that guarantees a flat percentage of preferred deferment. Or, in lieu of dividends, a stock transfer of marginal deficits. This entitles every investor to a fiscal decline in cost and a possible return of several times the secondary risk. How does that sound?
What does it mean?
I don't know. I should have wrote it down so I could study it later. Anyway, as soon as I get this...
Come in.
Well, hello, my dear. And good afternoon to you, leadhead. What's all the talk around town of you forming a registration bureau for hitchhikers and drivers?
That's his latest.
Doctor, you couldn't have arrived here at a luckier moment. I happen to be in a generous mood right now. You know what I'm going to do?
Pay you, Dr. Bill, wonderful.
No.
I just happen to have it here in my pocket constantly. So...
Well, not that generous. But as president of the Registered Hitchhikers Corporation, Fatso, I'm going to let you invest some money with me. $50 a share. Let you in on the ground floor.
No, thanks, Bubblehead. Every time somebody lets me in on the ground floor, I wind up losing my foundation garment.
See, Doctor, how do you invest your money?
Well, it's all tied up in cash.
Well, you better hop on the bandwagon, Belt Stretcher. With this stock, you could wind up the richest man in town.
I don't have to wind up the richest man in town. He's already wound up.
Who, Doctor?
McDonald, the bank president.
Oh, him.
Stooped over to pick up a penny at the Bonton, got his necktie caught in the escalator, and he's all wound up in the machinery. Go and wind him, I guess, so the customers can quit stepping on him. So long, kid.
Good guy.
So long.
Well, you didn't sell him any stock, dearie. Anyway, isn't $50 a share a little stiff?
Yeah, but I... Oh, here. Here's a postcard from Uncle Dennis I have in my pocket. You hadn't have said a little stiff, I'd have forgot all about it.
Oh, for goodness sakes, he's in France.
In France? What did he say? I didn't read it.
In France. He says, have fine job in vineyard here.
Oh.
I and 4 other peasants trample out the grapes and make wine. I am the foreman, as I have the biggest feet. Love to all. Signed, your loving Uncle Dennis, Purple Toes Driscoll.
I'll be trying to trample out some pebbles one of these days to make myself a batch of rock and rye. Now, back to business. I think I'll go downtown and get some stationery printed, sign up a hitchhiker. A test case.
Well, hadn't you better wait until you find out?
Molly. Hi, pal.
Mr. Wheelchair.
Hey, I hear you've got a new business.
Boy, the news has sure got around, hasn't it? You know something, Junior? This is the greatest idea I ever had. Going to make $1 million in it. Start local, then spread all over the state, and then make it a national organization. Why, I'll be traveling from New York office to the Chicago office, out to Los Angeles, up to Walla Walla, and swing down to New Orleans, and back to... be spending months on trains, planes, in hotels.
What's the matter, McGee?
I don't know, just homesick, I guess. What do you think of the idea, Junior?
Well, it sounds very interesting, pal. When I first heard about it, I had another idea.
Well, speak up, Junior. My door is always open to you young fellas.
Okay, thank you. My idea is this. It's a slogan for your new company.
Oh, a slogan.
Yeah, here it is. The 2 most wonderful milks in the world, human kindness and pet. Run down to your grocer and get some.
Human kindness and run down to your go. What that got to do with the way...
Well, nothing, but isn't it a great slogan? And it's so true, pal, because just like the milk of human kindness, pet milk is really wonderful.
Oh, I see now.
Sure. Because it's such perfect, all-purpose, all-family milk. Just good, sweet country milk concentrated to double richness, serving as milk, as coffee cream, even as whipping cream. After all, Pet was the first evaporated milk, and it's the best.
Yeah, that's a good advertising gimmick for Pet Milk, Junior, but my company's in business to register drivers and hitchhikers so they can get together and...
Look, that's the idea, pal. That's it.
It is?
Yeah. Primarily, it's a get-acquainted bureau.
Oh, one of them.
Drivers, get acquainted with the hitchhiker. Get acquainted with Pet Milk, the milk that's going places. See how it ties up, pal?
Say, how about Pet Milk gives you a lift on the road to good cooking?
Hey, that's great.
I thought so.
Oh, that's wonderful. And then,
now,
here's another one.
Wait a minute. Look, Milky. Leave us not get carried away. How about buying a few shares of stock in my company? $20 par for preferred.
You said 50 a share to Dr. Gamble, McGee.
Well, that was for common stock. I'm selling the preferred cheaper than the common. Plus, Wilcox is a common sort of a guy, and common people don't buy so much preferred because the preferred, being more uncommon than the common, is naturally preferred to the preferred. Preferred to the preferred, you see, Junior?
No.
Me either.
Take another run at it, dearie, in second gear.
You see, my boy, when the stock market broke in 1929, them that didn't get out...
Didn't what?
Get out.
Okay. Goodbye.
My, I was rude, wasn't I?
'Tis just as well he went. I got to get downtown and get busy. Get the approval of the chief of police, get an okay from Mayor Latrivia, and sign up my first hitchhiker.
Come in. Oh, hello, Mr. Oldtimer.
Hello, darling. Hello, Johnny.
Oldtimer.
Hey, what's this I hear about you?
Well, he's got a great idea this time, Mr. Oldtimer.
You betcha.
He thinks there's a fortune in it. The question is, can he get it out? Tune in next week and hear the thrilling climax of this thrilling, chilling tale of man against fate. Bong, bong, bong.
He's kidding, Oldtimer. Hey, you got any dough you want to invest in a sure thing?
Johnny, the last money I invested in a sure thing was $10 and a 3-year-old at Pimlico at 50 to 1. And I had a feed box tip that she was out to win.
Yeah?
Tried to hang myself that night. Only I had a basement room that the ceiling wasn't high enough.
The horse lost, I presume.
Yes, she lost. In fact, the jockey rode her so slow he got arrested for vagrancy in the back stretch. These jokes. She sure thinks them up.
Yeah.
See, how is Bessie?
Oh, fine, daughter, fine. Does quite a handsome business in radio jokes.
Oh?
Had a Butte last week. Fella sees a cow walking along, followed by a flock of ducks.
Yeah?
Oh, he says, crackers and milk. Yes, he sold that one to 4 different comedians.
You sold the same joke to 4 different comedians?
Sure, but Bessie's careful of selling the fellers that are all on the air at the same hour.
Oh.
Nobody can listen to more than one at a time. Wouldn't be fair otherwise. What was this about an investment, Johnny?
Well, himself here's promoting a new corporation, Mr. Oldtimer, registering hitchhikers and drivers at 25 cents a head.
Going to be a fortune in it, Oldtimer. Selling stock in it for $10 a share. Preferred, $5 common. You get your money back 1,000 fold.
Well, thanks, Johnny, but my money's all in oil right now.
Heavenly days in oil.
Yep, I'm afraid so.
What do you mean you're afraid so? Where is it, in Texas?
No, in my kitchen.
Oh.
Folded it up and hid it away in an old sardine can. Realized later I hadn't even finished the sardine. Well, lots of people get money out of oil. There ought to be some way to vice versa. So long, kid.
So long.
Kingsmen and across the wide Missouri.
And the way on the banks I hear her calling. I live just for my true love to see. On the break, where my love, she stands awaiting just for me.
Boy, oh boy, I really got things rolling, Molly. I looked at office space in 14th and Oak Building, then I seen the newspapers and given them a human interest story and talked to the chief of police, the State Highway Commission, Mayor Latrivia.
Heavenly days, you really have been busy downtown.
Yeah, you bet.
What did everybody say before they threw you out?
What do you mean threw me out? Everybody was delighted with the idea. But they all says it depends on one guy, the chief of police.
Why him?
No, I don't know, just passing the buck, I guess. You know how it is in politics. Everybody says, okay, I'm in favor of the idea, but don't tell anybody I said so because something might come up to make it look funny, and while I think it's great, if you tell anybody I think so, I'll deny it. But if the chief of police okays the scheme, I'm in. You know what that means, Tootsie? More money than I ever made in my life.
My goodness, you mean you'll make enough money this year to have to pay income tax?
Oh, hey, most important of all, I signed up my first hitchhiker. Yeah, a guy named Orville Hackenfrick.
Oh?
That's a test case. Chief of police is coming over here to have a talk with me, and Latrivia's going to be...
Now, that isn't the way a policeman knocks at the door in the movie, so it must be the mayor. Come in. It is the mayor.
Well, so it is.
Come in, Your Honor.
Thank you, Molly. Hello, McGee.
Hi, Latriv.
Say, quite a furor you've stirred up around town with this registered hitchhiker idea.
Knocking everybody cold, ain't it, kid? I was just telling Molly, this is going to put me in the real high brackets. Pretty soon I can retire and do what I've always wanted to do.
What's that?
Nothing. All day long, nothing. With 3 guys on 8-hour shifts, gently swinging my hammock.
Well, that's all right for a lazy man, McGee, but not for me. When I retire, I certainly shan't spend my life lying in a hammock while somebody swings it for me. I'm too energetic.
What will you do?
I'll swing my own hammock. I won't spend all my time resting, though. The thing I look forward to most is my writing.
Going to write a book, Latriv?
No, just letters. Oh. And I'll love it. Letters all day long to the newspapers griping about the city administration. When I was mayor, I'll say I ran...
Just a minute, Mr. Mayor. Come in.
Oh, hi, Bud. You looking for somebody?
If you're Fibber McGee, yes, I'm looking for you.
Oh.
Hello, Mr. Mayor.
Hello, Mr. Cratfish. Mrs. McGee, Mr. McGee, may I present Mr. Tilford C. Cratfish?
Of Cratfish, Morfit, Discal Trim, and Leap attorneys.
Well, how do you do, Mr. Cratfish? Are you upset about something, Mr. Cratfish?
You bet I'm upset about something, madam. This insane plan of your husband's to register hitchhikers. What are you trying to do, McGee? Put my clients out of business?
Oh, I don't know. Who are your clients? Undertakers?
My clients are the Wistful Biscuit Transit Line, the Wistful Biscuit Purple Cab Company, and the Intercity Bus Lines. What do you think you're going to do to their business?
Excuse me, Mr. Cratfish, but these are competing companies. How can you represent all of them?
The transit lines represented by our Mr. Morfit, the bus lines by Mr. Discal Trim, and the taxi company by Mr. Leap.
How about you?
Me? I represent Discal Trim, Morfit, and Leap. Now, look here, McGee. I am all for individual enterprise, but by Henry, when you propose to give free rides to people, thus depriving all my stockholders of a proper return on their investments, I'll drag you through the highest courts of the land.
Oh, wait, no. Just hold it a minute, Cratfish. Hold it. In the first place, I ain't in business yet. It's got to be okayed by the chief of police, who's going to be here any minute. And secondly, the sample hitchhiker I signed up today, a fellow by the name of Orville Hackenfrick.
Excuse me. 79 Whisper Vista, Molly McGee speaking. Yes? Oh, yes. He did. He was. Oh, yes, I'll tell him. Goodbye.
Who was it, kiddo?
Dr. Gamble from the hospital.
Oh?
The chief of police is in there with a fractured skull.
Good. Heavens, what happened?
Well, it seems he picked up a hitchhiker, got knocked unconscious, and the hitchhiker stole a police car.
What?
You'll be interested to know, McGee, that there is a statewide alarm out for a certain person.
You mean...
Orville Hackenfrick. Well, he anyone?
Fibber and Molly return in a moment. This is National Baby Week, the week we pay tribute to our very youngest citizens. And I'm mighty glad to have a chance to talk about the milk that has done so much for so many babies, Pet evaporated milk. Pet milk has helped millions of bottle-fed babies to build strong, straight bones and sound teeth, and to make sure, steady growth. For Pet milk has the combination of milk minerals and vitamin D, the sunshine vitamin, that doctors say a baby must have in order to grow and develop as he should. To celebrate National Baby Week, many grocers are featuring displays of foods for baby, including, of course, Pet milk. So look for the display when you go to your grocers. And don't forget, for your baby and your whole family, take home some Pet milk, the first choice of good cooks, the first food for millions of happy, sturdy babies.
Well, that's life, kiddo. Get a good idea and some little thing happens to kick it right in the teeth.
Did the police ever find Orville Hackenfrick?
Yeah, they found him.
He put up much of a fight?
He couldn't. He was laying by the side of the road, unconscious.
Don't tell me he...
Yep. They think he picked up a hitchhiker and got slugged himself.
How about the missing police car?
Oh, that's gone for good. They can kiss that baby goodbye.
Well, I thought everybody was looking for it.
That's why they won't find it. You ever see a police car except when you didn't want to?
Good night. Good night, all.
First evaporated milk, Pet milk, brings you Fibber McGee and Molly each week at this time. Be with us again next Tuesday night, won't you? Have you ever tried to make a family budget balance? Well, then you'll understand the kind of problems that face young wife Sally Carter in the story of the week on Pet Milk's Mary Lee Taylor program next Saturday morning. You'll also hear the recipe of the week for an around-the-clock main dish that's quick and easy to fix. It's ham and egg dinner. And you'll hear this husband-tested Pet Milk recipe on the Mary Lee Taylor program next Saturday morning. Be sure to set your dial for NBC next Saturday morning for Pet Milk's Mary Lee Taylor.
Steve Wilson solves a crime in Big Town. Listen on NBC.
The Pet Milk Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The first evaporated milk, Pet Milk, presents Fibber McGee and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, Dick LeGrand, Cliff Arquette, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The show is written by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie and directed by Max Hutto, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. 15 years ago tomorrow, in Passaic, New Jersey, the Casper quadruplets were born. And all over the country, people wondered if they could all live. First, because they were such tiny, unusually delicate babies. And second, because so few sets of quadruplets survived through early infancy. Well, the 4 Casper babies did survive, and you should see them now. As sturdy, vigorous, and happy children as you'll find anywhere. They were given Pet milk just a few days after birth. And during the 15 years since then, they've had no other kind of milk. Unquestionably, Pet milk has what it takes to help even the most delicate babies grow strong and sturdy. If you have a baby, ask your doctor about Pet milk, the first evaporated milk, the first food for millions of happy, healthy babies. The Businessmen's Art Class meets tonight at the Wistful Vista Civic Center. The strictly hobby affair for part-time painters. So guess who's practicing up in his living room right now with paints, brushes, and canvas? Yup, it's the Norman Rockhead of Wistful Vista. His wife, Fibber McGee and Molly.
And when I found out that guys like Latrivia and Doc Gamble had took up art, guys with 2 left hands and 10 thumbs apiece, I went right down and I rolled myself into the class.
You enrolled yourself, dearie.
How could I enroll when I hadn't even rolled myself into it yet? Stand out of my light, will you? Thanks. Hey, how do I look in this smock and beret, Tootsie? Pretty professional, huh?
Very fetching.
Yep.
Like a chubby cherub with a blue serge halo. What is this thing again, the businessmen's art class?
That's it. It's for businessmen only.
How'd you get in?
Pull.
Pull?
Mm-hmm. Pulled open the classroom door, pulled $5 out of my pocket, pulled a couple of gags, and bingo, I'm a businessman. Stand out of my light, will you? Thanks. I need that north light.
You say Dr. Gamble belongs to it, too.
Mm-hmm.
Somehow I never thought of the doctor as an artist.
Nobody does. The doc. His idea of painting is to dip a brush in iodine and have a patient say, ah.
He'll say he paints a mighty fine tonsil.
Of course, when it comes to art, Doc's got 3 strikes on him to start with.
How?
In the first place, he's got to have a brush with a 4-foot handle, you know, because with Doc's stomach, he can't stand close enough to the canvas to reach it with an ordinary brush.
Oh, no, I don't think he's that.
And being nearsighted, when he stands far enough back to reach it, he can't see it. He showed me a painting he done last week. Painting of Doris Day and Dennis Day eating frankfurters. He called it Every Day Has His Dog.
Dearie, are you going to paint something pretty soon? You've been cleaning those brushes off on that canvas for an hour.
What do you mean, cleaning the brushes? I am painting. Stand out of my light, will you?
You're what?
Yeah. Why, this is art, my dear. This is my own impressionistic study of life. You see, to me, life...
Just a minute, Michelangelo. This is probably the French Academy of Art wanting to hang you already. Or a posse with the same idea. Come in. Oh, no, it's just Ole. Hello, Ole.
Hello, missus. Hello, McGee. Hey, why are you wearing the nightshirt, McGee? You used to get up?
Oh, no. This ain't a nightshirt.
That's a smock, Ole, like a sort of a loose coat.
Yeah, my gosh, didn't you ever see anybody wearing one of these things before?
Oh, sure, McGee. My missus always wears a smock when she's expecting a baby, but... You don't mean that you... Oh, no, that's too unlikely.
Certainly is, Ole. Himself here has just joined an art class. He's learning to paint.
Oh, I ain't exactly learning, of course, Ole. Always have kind of dabbed in art in my spare time. Sort of a Sunday painter, you might call me.
Well, that's interesting work, McGee. I was a Sunday painter myself at one time.
Oh?
I had a good job painting Sundays on the window of the ice cream parlor there.
Well, painting is nice relaxation, Ole, and I think everybody ought to have some kind of a hobby, don't you?
Yeah, I think so too, missus. You know, I make a suggestion like that once to my missus when I first get to know her, you know.
Told her to take up a hobby of some kind, eh?
Yeah, you know, she started school, and she didn't know what to do with her spare time, so I say to her, Genevieve, I say, a girl like you should have herself a hobby. And she said, oh, Ole, this is so sudden, and the next thing I know, I'm wiping off lipstick, picking up rice, and 4 kids we got now.
She made a hobby of a hubby, did she?
But to get back to art, Ole, you see, the true artiste does not paint what one sees. The true artiste paints what one feels. Like this here. You take this picture I'm doing right now.
That's a picture, McGee? It looked like a paint salesman fall downstairs with his sample case open.
Well, he calls it life, Ole. It's short for life in a pinwheel factory, I think.
Well, to appreciate true art, one must have true understanding. This canvas is what we artistes call an impressure, or abstract. This is not what I see, you see. This is how I feel.
You feel like that? Good gracious, McGee, go lie down quick. I'll get a doctor, missus. Goodbye, both you fellas.
Billy Mills, the orchestra, and the loveliest night of the year.
Oh, I had a little putty tat who bit a guy named Shepherd. He'd been sitting on some polka dots and thought he was a leopard. The monkey knows. There we are, kiddo. Another painting all done.
Mm-hmm. But what were you doing with the hammer and nails?
What do you mean, what was I doing? All artists do that when they finish painting the canvas. Tacking it onto a wooden frame to keep it stretched out. It's awful hard to do, too, with the paint still wet and all.
Why don't you tack it to the frame first and then paint on it?
Oh, my gosh, Tootsie, I get some of the most interesting effects when I accidentally smear the paint all around. You see that painting over there in the corner?
Yes, I saw it when I first came into the room, and I've got a stiff neck from trying not to look that way again. What's the name of that one?
I call that one Kangaroo Reading Magazine on Fire Escape.
Why?
Well, because that's what it looks like. You see, when I finish a painting, I stand it against the wall, walk across the room, turn my back to it, lean way over and look at it between my knees. You'd be surprised how different things look there. This one looks like a kangaroo reading a magazine on a fire escape. I'm starting a new picture now that I'm going to call Gainsborough's Blue Boy. That's a pretty title, isn't it?
Been used.
Oh, it has? Well, I can always...
Come in.
Oh, hi, old-timer.
Hello, Mr. Old-timer.
Hello, daughter. Hello, Johnny. What you doing with the painting brushes and canvas? Painting?
Yeah. Just joined the businessman's art class. It learns us how to appreciate art. Ever do any painting?
Sure. Used to be a commercial artist. Painted signs on barns.
Oh?
Like, Chew Buffalo Bill Cut Plug Tobacco. Look on the label for the spitting image of William F. Cody. Stuff like that.
You still work at it?
Yes, daughter. In fact, I had me a job last week painting some road signs for the Wistful Vista Loan Company.
Oh, then.
Pick me out a big slab of stone and paint a sign on it that says, on the rocks, Stony Brook, well, you can take it for granted that we'll help you. Well, I didn't go on with the work because I was worried about Grandma.
Oh, what happened to her?
Well, you don't know, daughter. I think it was my mistake. You see, kids, Sunday was Grandma's birthday.
Oh?
And she had a little black necklace and one of them glittering little black brooches. I got her and a set of jet earrings to match. Fool that I was.
Oh, so I think jet earrings are pretty on elderly ladies.
Well, me too, Johnny, but I must have got the wrong kind of jets.
Hmm?
Grandma put 'em on, little match to get a better look at 'em, and whoop! Took off from the front porch like a skyrocket. You seen that Grandma was a vapor trail heading southwest. That's why I can't get my mind on my job, kid.
Oh, I see.
So, you go on with your work, boy. Remember, you're painting for two now. You and me.
By the way, dearie, when is the next meeting of the businessmen's art class?
Tonight. That's why I'm painting so fast. Got to catch up with them other guys. I got a real feeling for this painting, you know what?
How does it feel? Wet and slippery?
No. I mean, I got a talent for it. Did you read where Betty Grable, the beautiful dancer, had her legs insured for $1 million? Well, as a painter...
You're going to insure your hands for $1 million?
No, my pants. For $16.50. Twice I've sat down in the wet paint now. Last time was on a picture I called View of Battleship Maine.
What did you do? Change the title to read As Seen from the Stern?
No, but yours is better. I changed it to View of Battleship Maine as seen by Rear Admiral. But I think yours is better.
Hello, Molly. Hi, pal.
Hello.
Hey, they tell me you joined our businessmen's art class, pal.
Yeah.
Good for you. You'll enjoy it.
You been a member a long time, Junior?
Oh, several months. My cousin, Big Uppercut Wilcox, got me to join.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, I get a big kick out of it. I see you're practicing up.
He certainly is, Mr. Wilcox. How do you like what he's done so far?
Well, it has a certain, well, there are one or two of them that, well, let's say they're interesting.
Yeah, let's say that. You see, Junior, I've been studying the theory of color. Now, when you mix red and blue to get green...
Pardon me, Botticelli. You mix red and blue to get purple.
I don't. I mix red and blue to get green.
With what result, pal?
I keep getting purple. Hey, what time is class tonight, Junior?
8 o'clock, and I'll be there. Can't wait, as a matter of fact.
You really like it, Mr. Wilcox.
Oh, I love it, Molly. I look at all those tubes of paint, and I say to myself, just like pet milk.
You know something? Pet milk must have a very sore back from being dragged in bed by the heels. How could looking into a box of paints reminds you of pet milk, pal?
Yes, how do you squeeze a commercial out of a tube of paint?
Well, I look at those tubes of paint, and I say to myself, Mr. Wilcox, I say.
Mr. Wilcox?
Well, certainly. I give myself the respect I am entitled to as a pet milk representative.
Well, that's perfectly right. Huh?
So I say, Mr. Wilcox, just imagine, in these little tubes are beautiful landscapes, gorgeous still lifes, handsome portraits. All you have to do is spread them onto a canvas.
Yeah, but what that's got to do with how you get...
And the same with pet milk.
Oh.
In every can of pet milk, there is good, nourishing food for some baby or growing child, the ingredient for a marvelous dessert, the making of a delicious recipe, the right added touch for a cup of good coffee.
You see, McGee, it wasn't so far-fetched after all. Paint or pet milk, it's got to be used.
If he's trying to tell me to mix pet milk in my paints, I ain't going to do it. I have enough trouble as it is trying to mix a good green with red and blue and come out with a...
No. Look, pal, I am not suggesting that you paint with pet milk. I was merely pointing out the parallel. See, you've got to take the paint out of the tube to make a landscape. You've got to take the milk out of the can to make a recipe or a formula. And with pet milk's rich, nourishing, vitamin-fortified...
Hey, look, Milky.
That gives babies and growing children strong teeth and their parents wonderful dishes they can sink their teeth.
Oh, yeah.
Teeth into. Mine got my way there a little bit. What were you about to say, pal?
Did you say your cousin got you to join the businessman's art class, Mr. Wilcox?
Yes. My cousin, Big Uppercut Wilcox.
Oh, the prize fighter. How'd he come to take up art?
Well, he was spending so much time on the canvas that everybody began to give him the brush, so he thought he'd capitalize on it. Hold on, Molly. See you tonight, pal.
Anytime I can't paint as good as him, I never would have took it up. You take this painting here, the one I'm working on. What do you think of this composition?
What do you mean by composition?
Composition, my dear, is when an artist arranges the different elements into the picture so that when it's hung in a gallery, people can look at it a minute and turn to his wife and say, "Hey, Nellie, am I nuts or is that thing put up sideways?"
Well, in that case, sweetheart, you have the most wonderful save for making a very snide remark. Come in.
Well, hello, my dear. Hello, Da Vinci.
Oh, hi, Sag Slacks. You going to be at the businessmen's art class tonight, Doc?
Certainly.
As a matter of fact, McGee, we work from a model tonight.
Oh, is that
Mr.
so?
Gamble and I stopped by to pick you up. Get your hat and let's go.
Okay, Molly's coming too. I want her to see how we businessmen relieve the stresses and strains of the day's work and lighten the tension of competitive enterprise by the development of a cultural hobby.
Oh, to mention an unthinkable family relationship, brother.
Hand me my medicine case, Mayor. He's making me ill.
You say you boys are using a model tonight, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, tonight for the first time.
Good. I'm always good at mechanical stuff. What do we use a model of, you suppose? Train, airplane, steam engine?
This is life class, Eggface. We use a live female model.
They do say a live one is much better, even though they don't hold a pose as well.
Live model, eh?
Oh, now, don't look so perturbed, McGee. After all, to give somebody a job, $1.50 an hour, and all the influenza they can pick up.
On Thursdays and Fridays, we do landscapes and still life, respectively.
It's the best way to do them.
Yes. Last Friday, we painted a beautiful still that Mayor Latrivia brought us, confiscated from a moonshiner.
Nothing, really. McGee, what are you looking so anxious about?
Oh, my gosh, Latrivia, I never... I mean, a live model. Well, this is the first time I ever... That's kind of embarrassing.
The way you paint a bowl of tulips would be just as embarrassing.
think you're being a little silly, McGee. How do you think artists learn to paint the so-called human form divine? From reading Esquire?
Well, that ain't a bad way. Gee, where's the... Oh, now, look, fellas, maybe I better not go tonight. I'll wait for the landscape class Thursday.
Oh, nonsense, nonsense. Relax, McGee. This is a very impersonal business. Nobody talks to the model, and the model talks to nobody.
Yeah, come on, McGee. Get your stuff together. It's getting late.
Well, okay. Get your coat, Molly.
All right.
You understand, fellas, that it ain't so much I don't want to go. I do. Because I feel that art is a serious study, not to be approached lightly. I feel that to give oneself truly to one's art, one must approach one's subject with a deep feeling of reverence. The true artist is one which he immerses himself completely into one's masterpiece.
Thank you, Grandpa Moses. Come on, everybody.
The King's Men, and just the way you are.
What you might call easy going. I'm too finicky, fussy about people and things. But you're such a model, sweet perfection. Whatever I see, whatever you do, I say I like my eggs over easy and my coffee black. I like my steak rare and juicy, or my money back. I like my tea poured directly from a samovar. But I like you just the way you are. Like my juice when I wake and or so upset I'm quite a fuss budget for my favorite cigarette. I go mad when the picture's crooked on the wall. But I like you anyway at all. Friends know about my idiosyncrasies, peculiar fantasies, and great and rare. I'm telling you all this time, potentially, because eventually you'll have to share. I like the seams in the stocking, smooth and straight. I like my meat and potatoes on a separate plate. About a million and one things I particular. But I like you just the way you are, the way you are, the way you are, the way you are. I like my sheets and my covers to be tucked in tight. I like your little kid brother when he's out of sight. I like my champagne, especially with caviar. You, just the way you are. I like your name, the coincide with mine. And if your answer is yes, I know I'll like it fine. About different things I think you are. But I like you, just the very way you are.
Oh, this ought to be lots of fun tonight, Doctor, watching you boys paint.
I'm glad you came along, Molly. Down this way, McGee.
So am I, Molly. Doc and I aren't very good at it, but we have a lot of fun.
Incidentally, McGee, I still think you should have brought your smock and beret along in a package instead of wearing them like this. Nobody else is...
Oh, that's silly. Why change clothes when I get here when I had them on all day long anyhow? Besides, how else can anybody tell I'm an artist?
An excellent question.
I wonder what kind of a costume she'll wear, fellas. Not that it matters. I can paint anything, of course, but
Well, I doubt that she'll be wearing hip boots and an overcoat, McGee. This is art. The class tonight is supposed to study muscular action and body structure.
And to think I joined this thing to get away from my work.
Oh, well. The classroom is right around the corner there, McGee. You and Molly go ahead. I have to get my paints and brushes out of my locker.
So do I. We'll meet you in the classroom, kids, right away.
All right.
Right in.
Well, which way, Doc? Right? Oh, never mind. We'll find it then.
Don't catch your heel in the hem of that smock again, dearie. You nearly fell coming in, you know.
I'm okay. My guy for Civic Center is a big joint.
Yes. We came here to a dance one time, remember?
Wait a minute. Let me ask this guy for it. Hey, Bud.
Yes, sir?
We're kind of lost, Bud. Can you tell us how to get...
Oh, well, I'll be delighted to direct you, sir.
Uh-huh.
I can see at a glance that you're looking for the Happy Hearts Club Masquerade and Comic Costume Party. It's on the way.
No.
And let me say, sir, that you've got on the funniest get-up I've seen all evening. Have they been going by here in droves?
Oh, no, sir.
Oh, miss, if your father doesn't win first prize in that... George, you ought to scream your head off. What a sense of humor. That's the most ridiculous thing.
sir, yes. Let it cut it out. I'm not looking for the masquerade party.
Of course not. We're looking for the art class, sir.
Yeah. Oh, the art class. Are you a model, baby? Because if you... No, she ain't a model. She's a model what? Mine. Doggone it, Bud, I'm an art student, and I want to know where... Oh, well, I'm happy to have you as a student, sir. Permit me to introduce myself. I'm your instructor, Rembrandt J. Fink. Your service.
How do you do, I'm sure, Mr. Fink. But isn't it about time for class to start? Because...
Oh, yes, indeed it is, madam. Right through this door here, please.
All right.
Where do the experts sit, Bud? Because I'm the type of guy that I want... just grab an easel any place, sir. Okay. Oh, this will be a very interesting session tonight. Our first session with a regular model. Oh, this will be fun. Yeah, we heard about that, Remy. What kind of costume will she wear? Bathing suit or... Certainly not, sir. Our class tonight will concentrate on muscle and bone structure, torso study. Oh, you hear that, Molly? She's going to wear a wedding dress. A torso.
I don't think he meant...
Oh, that's great, Bud, because I got lots of white paint and I can draw swell lace, boy. Have her carry a bouquet, too, because... Our model, sir, will not be wearing a wedding dress or anything else. After all, when one must study the muscular structure of the body, one cannot be impeded by useless draperies. Well, no, but my gosh, hey, ain't it going to be pretty chilly in here without any, that is, well, now, don't worry about that, sir. Lillian won't mind. She's used to it. Oh. You can sit right here next to your husband, Mrs. McGee.
Thank you, sir.
And remember, sir, that... Oh, hello, Dr. Gamble. Evening, Mayor.
About ready to start, Professor?
Yeah, right away, gentlemen. Set your easels up, and I'll go get the model ready. All right. A live model? Hey, Doc, I don't know about this.
Oh, yeah, but, Mickey, if you're going to learn to paint, you have to have a real model.
Yeah, but I didn't know it was going to be that real. I'll be nervous. I won't be able to...
Pipe down, McGee. Class is starting.
Yeah, but... All right, students, quiet, please. As you know, we have engaged a model for tonight. Our first session as a real-life class. Let us all concentrate on the bone structure, the flesh tones, and the muscular action. All right, Joe, bring Lillian out now. Listen to that, Molly. She's caught cold already. Poor kid.
Dearie, you can open your eyes now. Lillian is a horse.
A horse?
Fibber and Molly return in a moment. When a good cook discovers for herself that pet milk is twice as rich as ordinary bottled milk, wonderful things begin to happen. She will find, for example, that she can make cream pies that taste even better than before, and smooth, rich-tasting puddings, and the kind of cake frosting that youngsters describe as yummy. In fact, she can use pet milk for making everything from satisfying main dishes like juicy meatloaf to melt-in-your-mouth desserts. And you know what? She gets more compliments on her cooking, so of course she's happier. Not only because the family sings her praises, but because she knows that by using pet milk, she can actually have extra good food at lower cost. Yes, that's right. Pet milk costs less generally than any other form of milk. For cooking, for coffee, for baby, and the youngsters, take home several cans of pet milk tomorrow.
Hey, Molly, you think I'd paint any better if I took off a little weight?
Not a bit. What gave you that idea?
Well, that instructor tonight, he said I was the most fatuous guy in the class. Me, fatuous. And old Doc Gamble sitting there weighing 90 pounds more than me.
Oh, well, favoritism.
Yeah. Good night.
Good night, all.
First evaporated milk, Pet Milk, brings you Fibber McGee and Molly each week at this time. Be with us again next Tuesday night, won't you? Next Sunday is Mother's Day, and next Saturday morning, Pet Milk's Mary Lee Taylor has a special program dedicated to mothers everywhere. Double rich as always, the program brings you a wonderful, heartwarming Mother's Day story, a very special recipe for happiness, written just for mothers. And, of course, the recipe of the week for mock drumsticks, the kind of food that makes the family say, Mom is the best cook in town. Don't miss this very special half hour next Saturday morning. Tune in sure to NBC for Pet Milk's Mary Lee Taylor.
Steve Wilson combats crime in Big Town next over most NBC stations.
The Pet Milk Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. First evaporated milk, Pet Milk, presents Fibber McGee and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, Dick LeGrand, Bob Bruce, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The show is written by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie and directed by Max Hutto, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. Whenever I hear someone say those two were made for each other, I always think of coffee and Pet Milk. That's right. Coffee and Pet Milk really are made for each other. Made to blend together perfectly for coffee that's creamy, smooth, mellow, satisfying. Because Pet Milk is sweet country milk concentrated to double richness by evaporation, it's twice as rich in cream as ordinary milk. Yet, rich as it is, Pet Milk costs less than half as much as cream. So, you also save money when you use Pet Milk instead of expensive cream in coffee. Now, if you haven't already joined the millions of coffee lovers who enjoy coffee with Pet Milk, try it tomorrow. Then you'll know what I mean when I say Pet Milk and coffee are made for each other. This is the time of year when any man with sporting blood in his veins takes an affectionate look at his golf equipment. And here at 79 Wistful Vista, just coming down from the attic with his bag of golf clubs, we find Mr. McGee of Fibber McGee and Molly.
McGee, are you hurt, dearie? Are you all right? Did you break anything?
Yeah, I cracked my mashie.
Good heavens. Well, don't move an inch till the doctor gets here.
Huh?
Does it hurt much?
I'll say it does. It cost me $4.95. That's pretty painful.
What do you mean? Oh, your mashie, one of
Yeah?
your golf clubs,
Oh,
huh?
yeah. And believe me, kiddo, I'm going to miss it. A good mashie can get you out of more trouble than if your brother is the district attorney.
Well, I wouldn't know about that, sweetheart. To me, a golf course in the spring is just a dumping ground for 6 months of stored-up male profanity.
It's more than that, baby. For a cemetery-type fella that he's not very active most of the time, it's the kind
Not
of...
cemetery, McGee. It's sedentary.
Yeah. Yeah, sedentary. Meaning a guy that he's setting down most of the time. For a guy like that, which I happen to be one of him, golf is probably the best form of exercise that he can took. I ever tell you about the hole-in-one I made in Peoria back in 1923?
Did you ever tell me? More times than
Okay, I will. Well, sure, there I was. 185 yards to the green, the wind against me, and my caddy had the hiccups. I stepped up to the tee.
Look, lover, you've told me that story so often I can recite it backwards.
Oh, no.
You want to hear it backwards?
No,
Hiccup, the had caddy mine,
Huh?
me wind against the, and green to the yards 185. Step down.
Okay. Talk if you want to, D-right. By George, a hole-in-one don't happen to everybody. The day I made mine, it was getting so dark I fell into 3 sand traps on the way home.
Why did you wait till dark to play golf?
I had to. It was at the Peoria Country Club, and I wasn't a member. You know, you ought to learn golf, kiddo.
Too expensive.
Oh, no, not necessarily so. Personally, I use second-hand balls, or them that I find. I carry my own bag, I tip no caddies, and all in all, about as cheap a sport as you'd find anywhere.
Oh, you're just self-conscious.
Huh? Anyway, it's a great little hunk of recreation. You take this number 4 iron.
You better start with number 1. I'm not very... Come in. Oh, Dr. Gamble. Come in, Doctor.
Thank you, my dear, and good morning to you, drizzle mug.
Hi, melon smuggler. You play golf?
Well, there are 2 schools of thought on that, my boy. I say I do. The pro says I don't.
Oh?
He says I have a swing like I was carrying Kate Smith piggyback.
Personally, I'm an old hand at the game, Doc. I made a hole in one once.
Yes, you've often told us
Back
about
in 1923 it was.
Oh.
Peoria Country Club. Done it against almost impossible conditions. Dark coming on, wind against me.
185 yards.
And a caddy with the hiccups.
Sir, I took my driver.
Driver, I didn't even know you had a car in those days.
No. A driver, Molly, is the name of a golf club.
Oh.
That's the club with which, theoretically, you get the most distance. Personally, I could send the ball farther by kicking it.
That I can believe. I've seen you do it. You thought I wasn't looking, but I seen you kick it out of that sand trap last summer, boy.
Any other witnesses?
Well, no, but
Then pipe down or I'll have you up for slander. Besides, you shouldn't talk. I heard you ask the caddy once, how do I lie, caddy? And the caddy said with the most brazen effrontery, sir.
Well, it sounds like a nice, honest game that develops good character, and the player who keeps the score is the most likely to win.
You said it, sister. When Doc keeps score, you can hold the card up to the light and see where he's erased his own scores.
Oh, look who's talking. Molly, if you intend to learn golf from McGee, let me tell you just what kind of a sportsman he is.
What's the difference what kind of a sportsman? I know golf, don't I? I made a hole in one, didn't I? 365 yards against the wind and a caddy with the heat.
McGee.
Huh?
The doctor was talking.
That's for sure. Well, go ahead, Tattletale.
He accuses me of altering the scorecard.
Huh?
Ask Mail the trivia about the time we played a threesome and McGee kept score. He won by 15 strokes and took us for $1 apiece.
Oh, I don't see why.
We dragged him back to the clubhouse and forced him to admit he'd made out the complete scorecard before he even left home.
Heavenly days, how ingenious.
I still don't know how you guys ever suspected me.
Because our names and the scores were typewritten, you schmo. Molly, he's a phony.
Oh, yeah.
Billy Mills, the orchestra, and How High the Moon. All right, Molly. Now, for your first lesson in the finer rudiments of golf, we'll start right here in the front yard.
Good.
Well, here we are in the front yard. I'll drop the ball on the ground here. Yeah. Now hand me an iron. Number 8.
And you what, an iron?
Yeah, out of the bag there. Every good golfer carries at least 8 irons with him, Molly.
Well, then why are his pants always so baggy?
Huh?
Most golfers I've seen look like they haven't seen an iron for months.
I'm really starting from scratch with you, ain't I, Tootsie?
Told you I don't know anything about
Well,
the
now,
game.
look, watch this. You see that dish pan I put over there?
My good one.
I'm going to knock the ball into that pan. A chip shot. Now, watch. Keep my head down, left arm straight, short back swing.
Heavenly days, that was wonderful, dearie.
Right in the dish pan, eh?
No, right in the mailbox.
I must have sliced it.
You certainly did right in two. Here's the other half of it.
You know, I must have cut
Hold it, dearie. Look who's coming. Hello there, Ollie.
Hello, missus. Hello, McGee.
Oh, hi, Ollie.
What you doing, missus? Teaching McGee to play golf?
No, he's teaching me, Ollie. Though personally, I think it's a pretty silly game myself.
Where did you learn to play golf, McGee, if yet?
Who, me? Boy, you're talking to the guy that I made a hole-in-one in 1923. I remember it like it was yesterday. I stepped up to the tee.
Was that in Peoria, McGee?
Yes, it was, Ollie.
Yep. 285 yards it was. I stepped up to the tee.
Did the wind against you?
Yep. I stepped up to the tee.
And it was almost dark?
Yep. I stepped up to the tee.
Did you carry with the hiccups, McGee?
That's just right, Ollie. He stepped up to the tee.
Yep. I selected my favorite driver, waved to the caddy to move back. Hey, have you heard this before?
McGee, every spring I expect 3 things.
Huh?
Crocuses, house cleaning, and McGee's hole-in-one story. Have a saying to my missus, yes.
Oh, say, how is your wife, Ollie? Well, I hope.
Well, I hope so, too, missus. We have a little trouble at our house today, though. Little Sven, my littlest kid, he's in bed.
Oh, that's too bad. He come down with something, Ollie?
Yeah, he come down from the top shelf of pantry with the cookie jar, McGee. When my missus picks up the jar, it got a busted bottom.
Oh.
So she picks up Sven and gives him the same. Yeah.
You ever play golf, Ollie?
No, all I know about golf is one day I go out and I watch Merle Trivia play.
Oh, him.
Good relaxation, Ollie, he says. What's very confusing to me, McGee.
Well, there's nothing confusing about it. What did he do?
Well, first he put a little ball down.
Mm-hmm.
Then he took a stick like you got there. He hollers 4 and he knocks the ball in the woods.
Oh, dear.
Then we go in the woods and he took the club and he chops down enough small firewood to last all winter, only he don't hit the ball.
Well, in the rough, it's always...
Then he talks to himself for a little while and he swings again and he knocks the ball in the sand pile.
Huh?
We go to the sand pile and he knocks it back in the woods.
Sounds monotonous.
Then we go back in the woods and he takes a big swing with the club, knocks the ball in the lake. Throws his clubs in the lake, throws his hat in the lake, throws his caddy in the lake, screams and he jumps in the lake. It took 3 of us to drag him out, and all the way home he keeps moaning, why don't we let him drown himself?
My God.
If that's relaxation, McGee, I think I took up steeplejacking. Well, so long.
Look, McGee, let's just skip the golf lesson. I think it's a silly game.
Oh, no, baby, you gotta learn. I want you to play golf with me. I'm your husband. You're my wife. This is for companionship. We can be golf pals. I can see us now, when we're in the sunset of life. It won't be long. Rolling down the green fairways, hand in hand.
Still looking for the ball we'll no doubt lose this afternoon. Well, all right, dearie. Let me try it once anyway.
Well, that's the spirit. Now, I'll tee up the ball. There. Now, you take the club and swing at it. Easy. Now, keep your head down. Slow backswing. Left arm stiff.
Quiet a minute. Quiet, and let me concentrate.
Okay.
Like that, you mean?
My gosh, you done it. The very first time.
Well, I just watched how you did it.
Huh?
You aimed at the dishpan and put it in the mailbox. I aimed at the mailbox and put it in the dish. Now I think I understand. You shoot for where you don't want it to go. I think this is the
Oh, hey, Molly, that was a great shot. How long have you been playing golf?
About 20 seconds, Mr. Wilcox.
Yeah. I'm learning her how to play the rudiments of the game, Junior.
Well, she looks like a very apt pupil.
Very apt, Mr. Wilcox. Very apt to give it up any minute.
The reason she's catching on so quick, Junior, is on account of because she's being taught by me, which I'm the guy that he made a hole-in-one in Peoria in 1923. In one, once.
Hey, Molly, do you know what the greatest hole-in-one in America is?
Yes. In 1923 in Peoria.
No, not that one, Molly. Look, you take an economical housewife, one who watches the budget. She takes a can of pet milk off the kitchen shelf and makes a hole-in-one. Sight of it.
Oh, that's cute, Mr. Wilcox.
Cute, my cuticle. I don't know.
Then she makes another hole in the other side of it, and presto, out comes the most economical, money-saving, rich, wholesome milk that money can buy. Pet evaporated milk.
What kind of club does she use for that, Junior? A brassy? Because that's the brassiest approach to a commercial that I ever heard. No.
Look, it's very easy to see what a good food investment pet milk is, pal, because Pet, which is just good whole milk.
Speaking of whole, Junior, the one I made in one, back in Peoria, was 185 yards.
You mentioned that, Derry.
Well, Milky does it, too. He keeps mentioning all.
Yes, Pet milk is good whole milk, concentrated to double richness by evaporation. And Pet milk costs less generally than any other form of whole milk. Less than half as much as cream. And that's important, as any housewife knows.
Speaking of nose, I aimed mine at the green that day and sighted down it, and that gave me a hook to the right, see? And
Look, McGee, I did it again, right in the dishpan.
well, naturally, when I teach somebody to play golf, it's only reasonable to assume.
Hey. Look, kid, I'm meeting the mayor out at the municipal golf course at 3 o'clock. Why don't you join us and make it a foursome?
Oh, I don't know, Junior. Molly's just a beginner, and with the rest of us being experienced golfers.
Well, it's 3 times in a row.
I wouldn't want you guys to accuse me of, bringing my wife and having her holding up the...
Look, pal, don't worry about your wife holding up anybody's game. Just bring her along to hold you up.
You must be good, Mr. Wilcox. You played in the tournament last year, didn't you?
Yes, but I didn't do very well, Molly. When the scores were all handed in, I wasn't even close.
Tournament player, eh? What was your handicap, Junior?
Honesty.
Oh. Well, now then, Tootsie, let's get on with the lesson. When I made my hole-in-one back in Peoria...
Oh, dear, what's so exciting about making a hole-in-one? I've just done it 4 times in a row.
Oh, yeah, but you're a beginner. You got beginner's luck. When you've been...
Hello there, kids. What you doing? Playing croquet?
Well, hello, Mr. Old-Timer. Now McGee is teaching me golf.
It's a grand old game, old-timer. Ever play it?
Well, I never exactly played it, Johnny, but I used to caddy.
Is that so?
I had a rather amusing experience once, which I should like to relate in my humorous fashion.
Please do.
Thank you, I shall. It was just after Papa had to leave Norfolk, Virginia, on account of the mason jar episode.
What was the mason jar episode?
It was when Papa was hired to blow up some stumps near the Shriners Hall and used too much dynamite.
Yeah?
George so many masons, they run him out of town.
You were a caddy at that time, were you?
Yes, sir. First time I ever caddied was for a lady friend of mine. And when she said, "How was my backswing?" I says, "Frankly, Rosemary," I says, "I prefer it to your front swing because when you sit in your front swing, the street light shines on it so bright
Now,
we
wait.
can't..."
Is that the amusing incident?
No, Johnny, that was later.
Oh, I see.
I was caddying for the local golf champion.
Mm-hmm.
Well, sir, kids, he wound up and smacked the ball so hard it went clean across the state line into Kentucky. And we got there and see where the ball landed. He was so tickled he sat right down and wrote me a kind of a request number.
A request number? A song, you mean?
What was the name of it?
Caddy me back to old Virginia.
The King's Men and Ezekiel saw the wheel.
Ezekiel saw the wheel and the wheel and the wheel.
Eagle saw the wheel. Eagle saw the wheel. There'll be a run by faith and a big wheel run by God in the wheel and the wheel and the wheel and the wheel. Way in the middle of the air, some go to church gonna sing and shout. Way in the middle of the air, before 6 months they's all turned out. Way in the middle of the air, Ezekiel saw the wheel. Way in the middle of the air, Ezekiel saw the wheel. Way in the middle of the air. There'll be a run by faith and a big wheel run by the grace of God. Is a wheel and a wheel and a wheel and a wheel. Way in the middle of the air. Let me tell you what a hypocrite will do. Way in the middle of the air. You talk about me and you talk about you. Way in the middle of the air. Ezekiel saw the wheel. Way in the middle of the air. Ezekiel saw the wheel. The little wheel run by hope and a big wheel run by faith. My brothers. Way up in the middle of the air. Like Daddy in his rocking chair. Oh, Ezekiel saw the wheel rocking away in the middle of the air. Ezekiel saw the wheel rocking away in the middle, in the middle, in the middle, in the middle, in the middle of the air. Ezekiel saw the wheel way in the middle of the air. Ezekiel saw that wheel way in the middle of the air. And the little wheel run by faith, and the big wheel run by the grace of God. And the wheel, and the wheel, and the wheel, and the wheel. In the middle.
Did you see how that man drove over there, Mr. Mayor? Right into the woods.
Yes, that's my neighborhood butcher, Molly. His life is just one bad slice after another. And look who's talking.
Oh, I wish it was our turn to tee off. I want to get this over with and go home.
Go home? Well, that's a happy little attitude to start off with, Molly. Don't you like golf?
Well, I don't know whether I will or not, Mr. Wilcox. I'm just as sick of hearing about McGee's hole-in-one back in Peoria.
Yes, we know. In 1923, with the wind against him, a caddy with a hiccup. Hey, wait a minute. Here he comes. Who's that he's talking to, Molly?
Well, I don't know.
Very interesting, sir. Caddy had the hiccups, did he?
It was 85 yards to the green, Bud, and you had the wind against you? Yep. That's how I made my hole-in-one back in Peoria in 1923. Is there any more advice I can give you, Bud? I doubt it.
Well, thank you very much.
Not at all. Hey, fellas, we about ready to tee off?
Yes, just about, McGee.
Say, dearie, who was the good-looking man you were talking to?
It's a fellow named Sneed. Sammy Sneed. Plays little golf. Nice kid. Well, what are we waiting for? I'm ready to start.
McGee, don't you know who Sammy Sneed is?
Sure, he's the guy I was just talking to. Nice kid. What?
Never mind. But I bet this was a big day for him, meeting a golfer like you.
My gosh, anytime I can help a fellow golfer with a few tips on the game.
Hey, come on, we're up.
Okay.
Oh, good.
I'll drive first, fellas, because I want Molly to see how it's done. Because when I made my hole-in-one...
Oh, tee off, Gabby.
This is how I done it. 4.
Nice bunt, dearie. Run it out.
It's a practice shot. We call that a mulligan, Molly.
I see. Hit it with your spoon and land in the stew.
Come on, pal. Let's get going.
Okay, now stand back, everybody. Well, that's the way you want to do it, kiddo, only I was just showing you what happens when you raise your head.
I remember.
Yes.
Now, let me see. Head down,
Yep.
left arm straight, slow backswing, Wait a minute. What do I aim for?
Well, the green is just over the top of that little hill, Molly.
Aim for the caddy. He's waving to you.
Oh, yes.
No, you don't have to wave back.
Oh, well, it seems a polite thing to do.
Go ahead, kiddo. Go ahead, and good luck.
Yes, just knock it into the cup, Molly, and we'll all go home.
All right.
Sweet Genevieve.
What a smack. Look at it. Clear over the hill.
Not bad, kiddo. That's exactly the way I hit the ball when I made my... Yeah, my hole-in-one.
What?
What did he say?
It sounded like hole in one.
Hole in one?
Hole in one.
Hole in one.
Hole in one.
Oh, my, that was fun, McGee. I think I might really get interested in golf.
Oh, I don't know. I'm beginning to find the game a little dull. And you know something? I ain't ever going to mention that hole-in-one of mine again that I made back in Peoria in 1923 with the wind against me and the caddy with the... My gosh, what's a hole-in-one?
Well, dearie, now that you've said that, I'm going to tell you something. I want to make a confession.
Yeah?
Yes. I didn't really make a hole-in-one today.
Why, sure you did. I seen it. You walloped that...
No.
Huh?
Look, I paid the caddy $1 to drop the ball in the cup for me.
Oh?
It was on the other side of that hill, so nobody...
What? You paid the caddy $1 to sneak you a hole-in-one?
Yes, I did.
Oh.
Are you awfully disappointed in me, lover? I'm terribly ashamed.
Well, you ought to be, baby.
I know, but I...
Whole $1. Back in Peoria in 1923, when I made my hole-in-one, I only bribed the caddy 50 cents. No wonder you're ashamed. You got cheated. That kid's a crook. He ought to be reported to the golf.
Fibber and Molly return in a moment. Keeping up with your family's appetites and keeping food costs down are big jobs these days. But when you cook with pet milk, it's easy to fix better, more nourishing meals at lower cost. And here's why. Pet milk is sweet country milk with more than half the water removed. The result is a concentrated milk that's twice as rich as ordinary bottled milk. This double richness adds extra nourishment to favorite family dishes and makes them taste better, too. And pet milk, with its double rich goodness, costs less generally than any other form of milk, less than half as much as cream. So is it any wonder that pet milk is the first choice of good cooks? If you haven't already discovered how extra good pet milk can make your favorite foods taste, try it tomorrow. Ask your grocer for pet milk, the evaporated milk.
You know, this whole deal, Molly, you know, the way you made that hole-in-one and all this, taught me a very valuable lesson.
Well, good.
It just proved the truth of an old saying that I never should have forgot.
Which old saying is that? Honesty is the best policy?
No. A woman's place is in the home.
Oh.
Don't let me forget that, will you? Good night.
Good night, all.
First evaporated milk, pet milk, brings you Fibber McGee and Molly each week at this time. Be with us again next Tuesday night, won't you? Pet milk program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The first evaporated milk, Pet Milk, presents Fibber McGee and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Dick LeGrand, Cliff Arquette, Ken Christie, Peggy Knudsen, and me, Harlow Wilkins. The show is written by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie and directed by Max Hutto with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. In recent months, Pet Milk Company has celebrated 5 special birthdays. Yes, in the past 5 months, 5 sets of Pet Milk quadruplets have had birthdays. And now comes another special Pet Milk birthday. Tomorrow, the Fultz quadruplets, those 4 identical little Negro girls of Reidsville, North Carolina, will be 5 years old. And during that time, they have developed from tiny babies of 3 pounds each to sturdy, vigorous youngsters of over 45 pounds. Now, much of the credit for this exceptional development goes to the wise doctor who, shortly after the babies were born, approved Pet Milk for their feeding. And they've had no other kind of milk since then. In Pet Milk, these babies have had uniformly rich, whole milk. Milk that is as surely safe in its sealed container as if there were no germ of disease in the world. Milk that is always easy to digest and is fortified with pure crystalline vitamin D. No wonder that the Fultz quadruplets have developed into sturdy, vigorous, happy children. If a fellow had his wife in his car and was taking her to Kramer's drugstore at 14th and Oak for a soda, would you say he was driving her to drink? Oh, you wouldn't? Well, anyway, here they are in the car. Fibber McGee and Molly.
Don't drive so fast, Raspberry. I don't want a McGee soda that badly. I mean, don't drive so fast, McGee. I don't want a raspberry soda.
I ain't driving fast. Legal limit, that's all.
Well, I'm glad you finally decided to speak to me. You've been silent for 3 blocks.
What do you mean, silent? Didn't you see that sign? Hospital zone? God. Anybody that he's thoughtless enough to yakety-yak going through a quiet zone is... And anyway, I'm in kind of a hurry. After you have your soda, I got to go to a PTA meeting.
A PTA meeting? You? Well, what on earth do you have to go for?
Oh, my gosh.
What's the matter?
Oh, I was so busy talking to you, I went right through that red light.
Well, it wasn't very red.
Huh?
No, with the sun shining through it, it was just sort of a shocking pink. Anyway, nobody saw you do it.
That, my dear, is not the point. The point is I have busted the law. And I'm just as guilty as if I'd have been saw by 8 cops. Molly, you've got to turn me in.
I will not turn you in.
Huh?
I've kept you this long, and I'm used to you. Besides, what could I get on a trade for?
No, I mean to the... To the cops, to the cops. By George, I committed a traffic violation, and I'm going to make an example of me this time. Turn myself in, pay the fine, teach myself a lesson.
Well, I will say Mother is proud of this sudden flare-up of conscience, sweetheart, but aren't you going a little too far?
No, just to the police station. Right here, right handy. Like it always is, maybe. Yeah. Maybe this will learn me to be more careful, Molly. I might have hurt somebody running through that stop signal. Me, for instance.
Well, heaven forbid. Well, what do you think they'll fine you for this little thing?
I don't care what it costs. I'll pay it. $5, $10 even. I don't care if it's 50. Well, 10 anyhow. It's over 10. I can run through another light on the way home and get my money's worth. Come on, kiddo.
Say, incidentally, what was this business about going to the PTA meeting? When did you join the... Uh-oh. Tell me later. Here comes Ole from the Elks Club.
Huh? Oh, hi, Ole.
Hello, Ole.
Well, hello, missus. Hello, McGee. Hey, what you going in the police station for, McGee? You taking advice of the boys at the Elks Club and giving yourself up?
That's exactly what he's doing, Ole. He ran through a stop sign at 14th and Oak.
Yep, I didn't see the sign, Ole.
Oh, that's very dangerous, McGee. My cousin in Milwaukee, he does the same thing last week.
Oh, is that so?
He was driving downtown, and when he wasn't looking, he runs through a sign.
Yeah, was it a red sign that said stop?
No, it was a canvas sign that says, Welcome, General MacArthur. And after he drives through it, it just says, Well, General MacArthur.
I tell you, you have to be mighty careful in traffic these days, Ole. Say, does your wife drive a car?
She used to, missus, back in Sweden. That's how we meet, me and my missus.
How, head on?
No, I was working on a farm, McGee. One day she drives by and waves at me with a little lace handkerchief.
Oh, that's cute.
I was plowing at the time, and I absent-mindedly waved back with the plow. She gives a little squeal and runs her car off the road and clear through the barnyard.
My gosh, did the cops see her do it?
Well, the sheriff comes right away, but he don't arrest her. He lets her go with a warning.
Oh, first offense, huh?
Sure, first offense, and then a telephone pole, and then another fence. But she finally stops the car.
Well, that's all very interesting, Ole, but this ain't paying my debt to society. I got to get in the police station here and get this thing...
Before you go, McGee, I got a message to give you from the Elks Club.
Yeah?
They want you to be chairman of the new committee. It's called the Keep Out Members That Don't Pay Their Dues Committee.
Oh, that's a good idea. What do I do?
Keep out. So long.
Come on, Molly. I want to pay my fine here and clear my conscience so I can... hey, Bud, you the chief?
Wait till I look at this badge on my cap here. Yeah, that's what it says, Chief of Police. What can I do for you, mister?
Well, he has a confession to make, Chief. He's been a bad boy.
Smoking behind the barn again, Sonny?
Nope, I run through a stoplight at 14th and Oak, Chief, on account of I didn't see it. But I realized right
All right, just take your ticket to the traffic violation window on the second floor.
I ain't got a ticket. Nobody's seen me do it.
What? What are you doing here?
Well, this may surprise you, Chief. It did me, but he's just honest, that's all.
Yep. I busted the law. Inadvertently, of course, and I'm ready to make a full confession. How much I owe you?
Holy smoke, let me get this straight.
Huh?
You run a red light, nobody saw you, you come in here to rat on yourself.
Yep.
Hey, Eddie, you hear that?
I can't believe it, Chief. Congratulations, mister.
McGee's the name, Fibber McGee.
I'd like to shake your hand, McGee.
Oh, go ahead. Shucks, there was nothing that any red-blooded American boy wouldn't have done.
It's something no red-blooded American boy has done in all my 30 years as a cop. Thanks for brightening my day, McGee. I wish I could take your $10, but thanks anyhow. I can't find you.
What do you mean you can't find me? There's a law, ain't there? I busted, didn't I?
But you see...
I confess. I'm guilty. What do you want me to do? Take the third degree?
No, but we
Well,
can't.
then stop stalling. Take my $10 and give me a receipt.
Well,
give him $10, Molly.
What? Oh. Sir?
look, lady, this is very honest of yours. We appreciate it. But the law is very plain. We can't arrest a man unless somebody sees the crime committed. Nobody saw him.
Oh, yeah, somebody saw him.
I saw him.
You betcha.
That's no good, McGee. Wife can't testify against her husband. Now, I'm a little busy here, so if you'll just
Oh,
run
you're
along...
asking me the route, eh? Well, by George, I know my rights. I'm a taxpayer and a criminal. And I got...
You heard what the chief said, McGee. Now, kindly haul your freight before we have to judge you for creating a disturbance.
I don't want to be judged for creating a disturbance. I want to be judged for running a stoplight. I got influence in this town. I'll see the mayor. I'll blow the lid off. I'll show you, Judge.
Here's a new composition by Billy Mills and Toby Sarinsky, The Doodlin.
Hey, sis, when can we see the mayor? I've been waiting here 6 or 7 minutes. And by George...
What was the name, sir?
Latrivia. My goodness, you ought to know the name of the mayor.
I didn't mean the mayor's name, madam. I mean this gentleman here.
What gentleman? Oh, me. I'm Fibber McGee, sis, and I want to see the mayor. I want to correct the horrible case of misjustice.
Just a moment, sir. I'll see if he can give you a minute.
Good.
Yes, Miss Doberman?
A gentleman to see you, Mr. Mayor. He says it's urgent.
Who is it?
Mr. McGraw.
Tell Mr. McGraw to come right in.
Tell him it ain't McGraw.
It's McGee.
The name is McGee, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, well, tell Mr. McGee I'm out.
In that case, I'll be McGraw. Come on, Molly.
Sir, you can't go in there.
Hi, Latrivia.
Remember us, Mr. Mayor? Mr. and Mrs. Fibber McGraw?
Oh, yes. Yes, I didn't realize who it was. Just, if I'd known you were with him, well, sit down.
Thanks, Latrivia. Now, here's the situation. I was trying to...
You're supposed to excuse me. Yes? Oh, yes, you have my speech ready for the dedication. Yes. Well, I have one correction. In paragraph 7, page 245, strike out the phrase, the little red schoolhouse. Yes, make it the little red, white, and blue schoolhouse. These are sensitive days. Thank you, Mr. Sherwood. Now then, folks, you were...
Heavenly days. Does your speech run 245 pages?
Yes, but it's on thick paper. Now then, what was it, McGee?
Latrivia, I want to correct the horrible instance of misjustice. I've just ran up against a flagrant case of non-prosecution.
Flagrant, dearie, not fragrant.
I mean fragrant. It smells. Latrivia, your police force is riddled with corruption. They won't persecute a guilty man. They won't fine a guy $10 if he comes involuntary and confesses to a legal violation. And do you realize that your chief...
Wait a minute. Let me get this straight. You tell me, Molly.
Well, it's very simple, Mr. Mayor. A, he ran through a red light.
Yeah, you tell him.
A, he ran through a red light. B, he tried to arrest himself and pay the fine.
Fine.
C, they wouldn't take it. And from D through X, Y, Z, he's pretty upset about it.
Yeah. Now, I want to know what's the use of being honest if nobody's going to take advantage of you.
A good question, and one which rarely arises in politics. Look, McGee, you go back to the chief and tell him I sent you.
Oh, swell.
And when you get there, hand him this dollar bill.
Huh?
Oh, what's the dollar for, Mr. Mayor?
In politics, Molly, this is known as passing the buck.
Well, now what?
Now I'm determined to get that chief of police his job. I'm going to take steps to have that guy impaired.
Bishop Root, dearie, you mean impeached?
I do?
Sure, he's already impaired. Any public official who won't take $10 from an honest citizen is really handicapped. And by the way, I want to know about this PTA business. Just what...
Now, never mind that now, Tootsie. The point is, what's the use of enforcing the law when a guy like Wilcox...
Who?
Me. What are you so excited about, pal?
Junior? Junior? Do you realize that our city administration is riddled with honesty?
That bad?
Well, McGee thinks so. He ran through a red light, arrested himself, went down to pay the fine, and they wouldn't take it because nobody witnessed the crime.
Yeah, no, ain't that awful, Junior? Do you realize that when an honest citizen tries to throw $10 on the drum and they won't take it, it makes a mockery of the law?
Pal, I'm glad you brought that up.
Well, what up, Mr. Wilcox?
About the drum and the mockery.
Drum and the mockery?
Yeah. Do you realize that the pet milk recipe of the week is mock drumsticks?
And I was just on my way to the mayor's office to suggest that this be made National Mock Drumstick Week.
Mock drumstick.
Yeah, week.
Look, Junior, look. If you think I'm going to go out and shoot mockingbirds just to get a couple of drumsticks, but anyway, they wouldn't have enough meat on them.
No, dearie, no, not mockingbird.
Well, what then? There ain't any such bird as a mock.
Look. Look, pal, you can get the recipe. Grocers all over the nation have it. And mock drumsticks is just one of the delicious and nutritious dishes.
Oh, that's cute. Delicious and nutritious dishes.
That you can serve, because Pet Milk shows you how you can cut your food budget and still serve tasty meat dishes that don't skimp on quality or nutrition. Because Pet Milk is fine for making all
Here I
sorts...
try to pay my fine, and...
It's fine. You said it's fine for making the most of the least.
I was afraid that's what I said.
Fine cooks. Fine cooks everywhere love it because it's just good, sweet country milk made double rich through evaporation. It's fine.
Milky. You know a good lawyer?
Lawyer? McGee, you're not going to...
Oh, yes, I am, kiddo. I'm going to be prosecuted for my crime if I have to throw myself on the Supreme Court. Full length. I can't go through life with this sin on my mind. I want to pay my debt to society. You know a good lawyer, Junior?
Sure. My cousin, Big Mouthpiece Wilcox.
Oh, Big Mouthpiece Wilcox. Say, isn't he the gray-haired man who was a colonel in the last war, Mr. Wilcox?
Oh, I know him, sure. And his hair ain't gray. It's white. Why don't he touch it up a little, Junior?
On account of the old song, sweetheart. Old soldiers never die.
That's so right, Molly. And I'll call him, kids. I'll have him meet you at the police station. So long, Al.
Soldiers never... Oh, hi, Bud. Are you Big Mouthpiece Wilcox? That he was to meet us here in the police station, where we are now?
No, sir. I am ipso J facto, sir. The criminal lawyer.
Oh, well, I must say you look the part.
Thank you, Matt.
Not at all, or hardly at all.
Mr. Wilcox sent me to handle your case, sir, because he was tied up in his office.
Business?
No, burglars. They tied him up so tight that, well, let's get down to cases, sir. I am perfectly capable of handling this case.
Uh-huh.
They have a saying around the courtrooms, Ipsy's a daisy. Oh, yes, see, that's me. Ipso J facto.
Pardon me.
What was that, sir?
He said pardon him.
Well, now, I'm afraid that's a little beyond my province, madam, because my province is Saskatchewan. And to be pardoned, he must go to the governor. Fortunately, the governor and I are very close, although the governor is much the closer of the two. I remember one time at a stud poker game,
Now, wait a minute. Hold it. My gosh, I never seen such a gabby lawyer.
Aren't I, though? You should hear me before a jury of 11 good men and true.
You mean 12 good men and true.
No, I always manage to get to at least one of them. Anyway, when I address a jury, I have them spellbound. This is proved by the fact that they're always bound to be sent my clients away for quite a spell. Now then, in your case, Mr. Duff.
Who?
You, in your case, Claude.
Claude. His name isn't Claude.
You mean this is not Claude Duff, the cat burglar? Well, you can admit it to me, sir. The relations between an attorney and a client are sacred, even to me.
Now,
So
wait a minute. Now, look, Buster, I ain't no cat burglar.
He never stole a cat in his life.
Excellent. Excellent. This is the attitude I like in a client. Deny everything. Now, look, Chief.
Yeah, what do you want?
As Mr. Duff's attorney, I demand...
My name ain't Duff. Tell him, Chief.
It's McGee.
I stand corrected. Chief McGee, I demand...
My name is not McGee. My name is Flattery.
And flattery will get us no place, will you, Flattery?
Not if I can possibly... Now, law.
I demand my client immediate release. He is innocent.
I am not.
You are, too.
He is not.
I am so. Please, quiet, Mr. Duff. I won't be quiet.
Oh, yes, you will. You'll all be quiet. I've had all this $10 fine business I'm not going to take. Get out of here.
Yeah,
Oh, for trade and field.
Get this Airedale out of here. Throw him out. 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 We don't want him in here, and don't let him in anymore.
The king's men and throw him out.
A stranger once sat in a tavern and talked to the wife he adored. He said she's a dear as he cried in his beer. Then everyone stood up and roared. We don't want him in here, throw him out and close the door. We don't want him in here and don't let him in anymore. He said, I've been mean to my darling, although she's a wonderful dream. He talked half the night of his sorrowful plight, till everyone started to scream. We don't want him in here, toss him out and close the door. Get that bum out of here and don't let him in anymore. They took him away to the jailhouse. They locked him away in a cell. He kept right on groaning and weeping and moaning till everyone started to yell. We don't want him in here, throw him out and close the door. We don't want him in here, and don't bring him back anymore.
I ain't giving this thing up yet, kiddo. Some lawyer Wilcox sent me to. We don't know enough about law to spring an old sofa. Come on. The car's down this way.
Well, what do we do now? Write to our congressman?
We ain't got a congressman, Molly. We didn't vote last time, remember? Here's the car. I'll get in first, and we'll go home and figure out...
Hello there, kid.
Well,
Hi, daughter. Hi, Johnny.
hi there, old man.
Hey, you kids seen anything of Bessie?
No, we haven't.
How is Bessie these days, anyway?
Just fine, daughter.
Yeah?
Shooter in a bug here and wetter in a sponge. Fell out of a canoe at Dugan's Lake.
Yeah? You went canoeing, eh?
Yep. Me and Bessie rented us a canoe and went fishing, Johnny.
Fine.
All day long.
It must have been pretty warm in the sun out there.
It didn't set in the sun, daughter. I set in the shade.
Of what?
Bessie. She's a mighty shady character on a sunny day, Bessie is. She fished all day.
Yeah? Did you catch anything?
I sure did, Johnny.
Yeah?
Very first cast, I flung my line out, snapped it back, and hooked into a 200-pounder that was fighting mad.
Oh, boy, a 200-pounder. What was it?
Bessie. Sat in the bow of the boat and